on the 29th of October. So this is what we are considering, the minutes of the previous meeting. So I'm asking colleagues to see if there are items under these previous minutes. So it's item 3 in the minutes of the previous meeting. The studying committee heard this presentation presented by Muzori about the trade in Comesa. And there were some issues that were raised, and the question is whether, considering that we need to follow up on these matters, to see whether any of the colleagues has anything to say about the items presented here under item 3. Thank you.
There's no hand, Honorable Chair. We may proceed to the next item.
Thank you very much. So we look at item 4 of the previous minutes, which was a presentation by Zambia Revenue Authority, presentation by Mr. Mark Bishi, Project Manager, the Customs Division from the Zambia Revenue Authority. I'd like to find out whether any colleagues has any comments to make around this item 4 in the previous minutes. If not, I see no hands raised. I see no request for the floor, so we move to item 5.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Sepang would like to take the floor.
Yes, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. On item number 4, the only comment I can make is that following the presentation, it really enlightened some of us to take particular interest in the measures that our institutions are engaging in vis-a-vis the border management and the arrangements, to the extent that it was very evident when our parliament was requested to work on the legislation to do with it was actually the legislation to do with modernizing our border arrangements, and I think for me, since I had actually attended this particular presentation, it allowed me to be more inquisitive on the arrangements that we have Lesotho and South Africa, and also having a broader understanding with the rest of the region vis-a-vis the upgrading of our transactions, or the manner in which we transact between the Lesotho and the SADC countries. That's the only contribution I can make. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I believe that indeed in our countries, also in Angola, the executive is working towards that goal of upgrading our borders, and in line with the SADC directives. Is there any more requests for the floor around this topic? It's item 4 in the minutes of the previous meeting. I see no request for the floor. As such, we move to item 5. Item 5 was a presentation by Mr. Bastirai from the Zimbabwe Revenue Authority. Any inputs, comments around this item? I see no request for the floor. Therefore, we move to item 6, which was presentation by Mr. Jacob Makambwe from the Southern African Cross-Border Traders Association. So the study committee also received and considered this presentation, and we have a summary of this presentation. So does anyone wish to comment with respect to this item? I see no request for the floor, so it seems to me that we, with this, complete the consideration of the minutes of the previous meeting. Have we completed the discussion of the minutes? I'd like to know if any colleague would propose or move to adopt these minutes.
Honorable Chair, I move that we adopt this this minutes. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhora deputada Mocena.
Thank you, Honorable. So if there are no objection, these minutes are adopted.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Chair, we need the minutes to be seconded as well. Need a seconder.
Secundário. Tem razão, senhora
Before we can
deputada.
Very right, very right. So anyone to second the adoption of these minutes?
With your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to second to adopt these minutes. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada.
Thank you, MP. So, after this secondment, these minutes are approved. Honorable members.
Vamos então passar.
We now move to the matters arising from the meeting of 11th April 2021. Does anyone want to raise any issues?
Honorable Chair, in the absence of no hand to take the floor on matters arising, with your permission, we may move to our sixth item, which is session 1 with the presentation.
Muito obrigada, senhora deputada Marie-Joane.
Thank you very much. Therefore, we move to
Seguinte,
next item on our agenda, which is about presentations. Presentation. Which is consideration of the theme, enhancing the role of Parliament in promoting domestic and foreign
passar
direct investment. So we'll have the first presentation on this theme by
Chair, I wish to chip in just before we proceed to the next item, Honorable Chair.
Me parece que nós teremos antes que
Just for clarity,
secundar-
Honorable Chair,
aprovar a ata.
may
sim.
I just confirm that the part we've just done right now was actually consideration of the minutes and matters arising together. I have a feeling that we did consideration of the minutes, and then we were requested to do matters arising, but the agenda item has them as one item, hence the interventions earlier, and that would have been aligned with matters arising. May I just confirm that, Honorable Chair, so that we understand that we're moving now to the presentation part. Thank you.
Maybe I can help the chair. Honorable Sepang, we did consider the minutes of the previous meeting, which were accordingly adopted. The chair did call for any matters arising, and there was no hand which was indicated. But if you do have any comment on matters arising, with the permission of the chair, you could raise the matter if it's in order. Otherwise, the chair did call for any matters arising from the previous minutes.
I await the Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Sepang is requesting for the
Senhor
floor.
Presidente, dá pedido de uso da palavra.
O que eu quero dizer aqui é que não
So,
palavra
I did not see any request for the floor about matters arising of
esse
last meeting, but do you want me to go item by item?
Just for clarity,
If
Honorable
necessary.
Chair. No, Honorable Chair, I simply wanted to maybe make a correction for the submission that I made earlier, because I made a comment while we were going through the minutes, and that would rightfully be under matters arising. That's the only clarity I needed to make. It's just that they were stated in one item, consideration of minutes and matters arising. So if we're taking them step by step, I would put my earlier intervention, it would be rightfully placed under matters arising. That's the only submission. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Therefore, I have a
Palavra à
hand
senhora
from Namibia. So I'll give the floor to the Honorable Vipakushi. You have the floor, so, oh, madam.
Honorable Chair, the Honorable from Namibia is reporting that they have an IT connectivity problem, hence their lack of participating during this meeting. However, we'll be joined by the Honorable Member from Namibia once the challenge has been addressed. In that regard, Honorable Chair, we may proceed with the meeting.
Senhora Secretária da
Thank
Comunicação.
you. Therefore, if we are all in agreement, so we'll advance the adoption of the meetings of the last meeting held in April 2021. Moved and who seconds the adoption of these minutes?
Honorable Chair, we are now on session 2. That is the presentations part. And according to the program, our first presenter is coming from SADC. You're muted, Honorable Chair.
Estivermos todos de acordo que devemos avançar.
So we are in agreement
Então,
that we move forward.
passar
So I'd like to give the floor now
SADC
to the SADC representative
investimento externo
for presentation about
da SADC.
Domestic and foreign direct investment in SADC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is Mario Lironel. I'm representing the Director for Finance, Investment and Customs here at the SADC Secretariat. Due to some commitment and agenda conflict, Director Sadwikim Tonakuta is not available to do this presentation, but he has indicated me to do so. Honorable Chair, with your permission, I would like to share my presentation.
Por favor.
Yes, please, you can do that.
Can you please allow me to share my presentation? Apparently, I cannot do that from here.
IT, Ronald, kindly assist.
You should be able to do it now. Is it visible? Edna?
Yes.
Is it
Yes,
visible?
it is.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Thank you
it
so
is.
much. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting the Secretariat to participate at the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment meeting. I'm going to present on a topic called Enhancing the Role of the Parliament in Promoting Domestic and Foreign Direct Investment. I will start by presenting the SADC Vision 2050. SADC Vision 2050 is based on a firm foundation of peace, security, and good governance. And the vision has three main pillars. The first one being the industrial development and market integration. The second one, infrastructure development in support of industrialization and regional integration. The third pillar, the social and human capital development in support of industrialization and regional integration. So the vision also has got strong cross-cutting issues on gender, youth, climate change, and urbanization, with a vision of a peaceful, inclusive, middle to high income industrialized region. Okay, I'm going to explore a little bit the vision, but specifically, okay, not see what's going on. Specifically, I'm going to explore the pillar number one, which is more related to finance and the investment. So this pillar number one has got 6 main strategic objectives. The first one being an industrialized regional economy that is based on a competitive and facilitative environment. The second strategic objective is related to transformation of agricultural sector that practices sustainable management of the environment and its natural resources. And the strategic number 3 is related to the interconnectivity, integrated and competitive blue, green and circular economies that are sustainably developed for the benefit of all SADC citizens. Strategic objective number 4 is related to deepened regional market integration, which is connected into the continental and global market. And number 5 is related to deepened financial market integration, monetary cooperation, and investment. And the last one is related to the macroeconomic stability and convergence. Going forward, under the RISDIP 2020-2030 and objective number 5, we have already an outcome, which is increased domestic, interregional, and foreign direct investment. So we have already indicated some target output. The first one is related to the SADC investment policy framework, which was recently approved by the Ministerial Task Force, SADC Ministerial Task Force on Regional Integration, and also the SADC bilateral investment treaty model template implemented. This one has been also approved very recently by the SADC Ministerial Task Force. What we are doing now is to implement such BAT. This BAT, for example, is like Honorable Chair, may I continue? Veronica, can you please mute? Veronica, can you mute, please, yourself? Edna, shall I continue?
Sorry. Yes, you may proceed.
Pode sim continuar, pode sim continuar.
Thank you.
Agora, Verônica, por favor, faça atenção ao seu microfone.
Thank you. Another output is related to SADC business and investment promotion strategy. This strategy has been adopted also by the Ministerial Task Force on Regional Integration, and now we need to implement it. Those are very good instruments that can help the region, if adopted by member states, to enhance the business environment in the region. So we are now working on developing SADC investment climate scorecard, which I will go through it later on, but is also a very important instrument that we are trying to harmonize. And then the SADC guidelines on value-added tax, excise tax, and tax incentive implemented. Going forward, as mentioned earlier by the chair of this committee, the protocol on finance and investment seeks to foster harmonization of the financial and investment policies of the state parties in order to make them consistent with objectives of SADC and ensure that any changes to financial and investment policies in one state party do not necessitate undesirable adjustments in other state parties. So the main areas of cooperation of this protocol includes investment, macroeconomic convergence, taxation, exchange control policy, legal frameworks, payment, ICT for central banks, banking regulation and supervision, DFI, corporation, non-bank financial institution, stock exchange, money laundering, as well as financial market. So going forward, I would like to say that we have what we call the RAPI, Regional Action Plan on Investment. So for us to understand the framework in which we work on enhancing the investment in the region, we start from the protocol and now we come to RAPI. RAPI has got four main pillars. The first pillar is to do with the SADC Business and Investment Policy Framework and the SADC Bilateral Investment Treaty template. So we need to domesticate those frameworks in order to improve the investment in the region. We have also the second pillar, which is related to SADC Business and Investment Promotion Strategy, where the region together as one, they promote their investment, specifically those that are related to, let's say, that have regional perspective. And then we want also to share information, peer-to-peer learning information through a portal, through the investment subcommittee meeting. Chair, you will recall that the SADC Secretariat has created what we call SADC Investment Subcommittee, which deals with issues related to investment, which makes sure that we are really implementing those frameworks. That's what we call peer-to-peer learning. Peer-to-peer learning occurs also in those SADC Investment Subcommittee meetings. But the idea is to make sure that we develop and harmonizing and relevant policies and frameworks for attracting and promoting both domestic and FDI investment. And also investment promotion initiatives in the region, developing relevant platform for sharing information, which is relevant to investors. So I wanted to say here that the SADC region, through all member states, have participated at the annual investment meeting, Dubai annual investment meeting, which is organized by the Ministry of Economy of that country. So together, it was possible for us, even remotely, to participate and to promote the region through presentation from Zimbabwe, Zambia, and also from the Secretariat, specifically the Tifi area. Okay, this one is specifically to show how the Secretariat is supporting the investment policy agencies in the facilitation of investment. So we, as I said earlier, we have the SADC investment policy framework, which implementation implies the creation or the development of national action program on investment. Currently, we are helping Madagascar, Eswatini, DRC, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe in order for them to domesticate the SADC investment policy through technical support to develop national action program on investment. We have received a very good response from Madagascar, from Eswatini, DRC, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe, and we are still counting that some other remaining member states will join this initiative so that they can also develop their national action program on investment. On this one, we are in contact, for example, with Angola Ministry of Economy, who are also interested to develop national action program on investment to domesticate the SADC investment policy framework. We have also the framework for an investment and business dialogue to deliberate on the major barriers to investment to inform policy formulation in the region. This is going to be done during the 2022-2023 fiscal year. And then we want also to help the investment policy agencies in order for them to be empowered in terms of investment promotion, aftercare, and advocacy through peer-to-peer learning. And then we have the SADC Business Investment Promotion Strategy, which targets international market for investment attraction, as well as we plan to showcase of SADC investment project in regional and international forum. This is crucial. It's crucial for us to showcase SADC investment to boost the digital conference and exhibition platform of SADC project, so that we can do that through the use of different means due to COVID situation. And then we are also pushing the Secretariat in order to have the so-called SADC Annual Business Investment Forum, because currently we do this through the SADC Industrialization Week. But what we think in terms of capturing investment, the name should be at least changed to SADC Annual Business and Investment Forum, where we can capture investor interested to invest in the region through let's say, participating in this SADC Annual Business and Investment Forum. Exactly, this is what we call the SIBE program. SIBE program is a program which objective is to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth and support job creation. The idea is to develop the region into a SADC investment zone, promoting intra-regional investment and FDI in the SADC region, in particular for SMEs. We know that although member states capture investment, but in terms of intra-regional investment among them, is very complicated. It's easier, for example, for you to see South Africa investing in Brazil or Angola investing in Portugal, rather than Angola and South Africa investing at the same level in their particular respective countries. So going forward, this is a program which is being implemented through a consultancy and support from the European Union. And all those countries that need let's say, technical assistance to improve their business environment, they can benefit from this program. This is where we are assisting, for example, Madagascar, Eswatini, DRC, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. And then this program has got three key result areas. First of all, we want to enable investment policy framework across SADC member states to domesticate the investment policy framework. And then we have the enhanced integration of financial markets in SADC region is promoted, as well as the enhanced financial inclusion is supported. So the program is very strong in terms of investment policy framework, in terms of integrating financial market of SADC and financial inclusion as well. Okay, this is just an information just to see how is the trend of the investment of member state. We can see here, this is a total investment per country. In terms of in terms of dollars, you can see South Africa is leading the process. Then Angola is coming. Tanzania is also coming. Zambia is also coming. We have also Mozambique. So this is more or less the situation up to 2019. But things have changed too much since that time. And then we can also see the total investment as percent of GDP. You see how things are improving. And this data, they capture information from 2014 to 2021. This is just in a nutshell to provide you with the current situation in terms of investment attraction. And then the direct investment inflow per country in $1 billion. So we have got Mauritius is very upfront, followed by Mozambique. We have also South Africa, Zambia, Botswana. Those figures correspond to the period from 2014 for 2018. I sent this presentation to the forum, and that can be circulated later on to all members of this committee. Sorry. All right. So the other issue, which is very important for investment, is the SADC Regional Development Fund. As we know, the purpose of this fund is to create a regional financing mechanism for economic development and sustainable growth in SADC. The fund will have 4 main windows: infrastructure development, which we need that for us to attract investment; industrial development, integration and economic adjustment, as well as social development. Social development here includes, for example, let's say intervention in terms of calamities, or like, for example, like COVID-19. With this fund rolling, we could, the region could tackle better social issues, and as well as, let's say, support to the infrastructure. I recall that member states, they have agreed to adopt a phased approach. Phase 1, incorporating the project preparation and development, also called the PPDF, project preparation and development facilities. And the second phase, engagement in the financing of infrastructure development, industrial development, integration and economic adjustment, as well as social development. But so far, only 9 member states have signed such agreement. and none of member states has deposited instrument of ratification with the SADC Secretariat. I would like to underline that parliaments are key to unblocking the ratification process of the agreement on the operationalization of the fund. So when I was told to prepare this presentation, I said this is an opportunity for SADC Secretariat to engage parliamentarian. And this is why, because a preliminary study that was done to understand why member states are not, who have signed it are not ratifying, and those who have not signed it, not even ratified. For us to understand, we went through a process where we found out that there is a problem of internal process of ratification, lack of awareness, timely subscription to the SADC Regional Development Fund. So this is the preliminary result to understand why member states were behaving in such a way. This is why I say that the parliamentary are key to unblock this ratification process of the agreement, and would play the parliament would play a very important role in pushing member states to bring about those issues in the parliament to discuss and sign it and ratify it. Other issue is related to we still have some problems related to investment which need to be paved out, need to be tackled. We still have a problem of a low interest SADC investments. We have got problems of harmonization of member states on investment and business. This is to say that we are very good in terms of doing policy, framework, strategy, but it needs also to go down at member state level in order to harmonize their policies back home to those that we have been developing with a lot of resources from member states as well as from the ICPs. So the main issues that are, let's say, that serve as a tumbling block on investment are related to improvement of intra-SADC investment as well as the business climate and investment facility. We still have problems in nowadays of institutional environment and regulation quality. We still have got of administrative processing. So an investor goes through 20, 50 windows for him to have his investment approved. So we need to bring it down, to narrow it down. We still have problem of fiscal framework for investment. We still have problem of a sound financial system. People still, investors still have problem of, let's say, sending their returns back home, which makes their lives difficult. And we need to improve the issue of the predictability and transparency in investment policy and regulation. So in a nutshell, this is the main problem on investment in the region, just to summarize. And we bring now a role that the parliamentarian could play in this setting, and we have selected three. The first one is related to the legislative roles of the parliament, as well as the role on investment promotion and facilitation. We want participation in global network to brand and to promote the SADC region as the preferred investment destination, familiarization with the investment policies and regulation and on institutional frameworks, as well as the parliament role in unblocking the ratification process of the agreement on the operationalization of the fund. So in a nutshell, this is what we have prepared for you and your excellencies, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much. I submit.
Muito obrigada, senhor Dr. Lionel.
Thank you, Dr. Lionel. I would like to thank you for your presentation and for clear explanation on the current situation of our investment, internal and foreign direct investment. The current situation in our countries, you presented it clearly. Now we'll move on to the next presentation. The role of Parliament in promoting domestic and foreign direct investment, and how can it be reinforced and presented by Dr. Kodenmoy.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada,
for
Ilustre Presidente.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear you, Dr. Moy.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share some views, to share some experiences with your esteemed committee. I'm not going to do a PowerPoint presentation, but I will circulate through the office my presentation, the prepared presentation. But I thought for now, Madam Chair, I should just put on the table some few key issues for conversation to stimulate debate on the role of Parliament in facilitating and promoting foreign and domestic investment in the SADC region. Madam Chair, allow me to put on the table number one, first things first, the issue of COVID-19, Madam Chair. It is important for Parliament to raise its volume, to raise its voice about the containment measures that our governments are taking to curb COVID-19. Because with COVID-19 on the context, our economies, investments, and everything else is on standstill. So there is a need to address the issue of COVID-19, and the Parliament should raise its volume. In the past months or so, I think it was in August, most countries, including the countries in the SADC region, received the special drawing rights, the SDRs from the IMF. Now that windfall to some countries, some smaller economies in the SADC, is a lot of money that could be used to curb, to contain the pandemic in order to generate economic activity, in order to open the borders, in order to open businesses. And then there will be some investments coming into the country. And the Parliament must ensure that that money, the SDRs that came from IMF, that money is used for active purposes as well as for protection of the vulnerable communities. And the Parliament can play that role and make sure that that money is brought to the Prime Minister should ring-fence that money, and they are going to use it. And accountability, there is transparency in the use of money towards the containment of COVID-19. At the same time, on the issue of COVID-19, Madam Chair,
Honorable Chair, we seem to have lost the presenter. If you can just give me a few minutes to try and log in again.
Peço ao secretariado da SADC que providencie então saber o que se passa com o preletor. Ok, muito obrigada. Vamos então aguardar alguns minutos para ver se voltamos a ter o
Let's
nosso...
wait to see if we can recover our presenter.
Honorable Chair, meanwhile, there's a hand from Honorable Muharuko from Namibia.
Eu vi, só que eu pensei que persistisse.
Yes. Yes, he can have the floor while we wait for our speaker. Yes, you are allowed to take the floor.
Hello, Chair, is that me? Hello, Chair, good morning.
Bom dia, senhor deputado.
Good morning, honorable member.
I assume the Chair is speaking with me?
Tem a palavra, senhor deputado.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Sorry, my purpose of raising my hand was to try and test as to whether I'm audible. So thank you for hearing me. I shall then from here on accordingly contribute where there's a need to. Thank you very much.
Ok, já estamos a ouvir, portanto, seja bem-vindo à nossa reunião.
Yes, we can hear you, and you are mostly welcome to our meeting.
Thank you.
Ms. Edna, any information about the speaker?
Honorable Chair, I'm trying to call Dr. Moyo. I'll get back in a minute.
Ok, muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether if while we wait for that, maybe we could move on to discuss the previous presentation made by Mr. or Dr. Lionel.
Honorable Chair, that's in order. We may proceed in that fashion while we wait for Dr. Moyo.
Senhora, senhores deputados, vamos então passar.
Honorable members, we then move on to discuss the presentation made by Dr. Lionel so that we can save time while we wait for Mr. Moyo to come back. So those who would like to make any comments or interventions on the first presentation, please go ahead.
Now, Honorable Muharuko, is that a new hand or it's the hand you had raised and you wanted to get the attention of the chair?
No, thank you. I think that's an old hand. It's an old hand.
Thank you. You may kindly drop the hand.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable members, the chair has opened the floor for questions or points of intervention following the presentation that was done by a resource person from SADC.
Tem a palavra o senhor deputado Isaac Mimemo, do Eswatini.
Mr. Isaac Mimemo from Swatini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a comment, reaction, inquiry on the presentation by the last speaker on the issue of a regional development fund. He's indicated that 9 countries have signed up to the idea, but have not ratified and deposited instrument of ratification to expedite the process. Any idea why this has not been the case with the countries concerned, so that we may know, or we may be advised how to take the matter forward? I thought this was a good initiative, given the destructive nature of the COVID pandemic. Just clarification, comment that's being sought from your good self, Mr. Presenter. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, with your permission.
Eu acho que podíamos fazer
Perhaps what you could do, have say 3 questions, after which the speaker,
o
presenter,
Dr. Gordon Moyo, voltou.
Mr. Gordon Moyo, you're back, I think. Dear colleagues, so we,
Para responder essa questão.
okay, Mario will respond to this question that was asked by our colleague from Eswatini, and then Dr. Gordon will resume his presentation. What do you think? Or should we try and have Dr. Gordon Moyo first before Mario responds?
No, but Chair, if it's in order, we may allow the question from Honorable Member from Eswatini, Honorable Magagula, to be responded to by Mr. Mario before we proceed with Dr. Moyo. I submit, Honorable Chair.
Sim, senhora. Tem a palavra o Dr.
All right. Mario Lionel, you can respond to the question raised by the Honorable MP from Eswatini, and then Dr. Moyo will resume his question so that we don't lose thread of the question raised by our colleague Agagula. Mario, you have the floor. Lironel.
Lironel, yes. I wanted to clarify that we did a preliminary study to understand why some member states have signed the agreement but have not ratified. The reason behind that situation is that the study indicated that the internal process of ratification and the lack of awareness, timely subscription to the SADC Regional Development Fund were the main reason. But currently, SADC Secretariat and the African Development Bank are working together on a consultancy services to recommend on the operationalization of the SADC Regional Development Fund. So this study is going to help us to identify the main problems, and this report will be shared to all member states. This is one, because what we have found out that because of the current fiscal situation of member states should consider to identify and explore alternative financing options beyond the public fund, like innovative business model, including a structural solution for SADC Regional Development Fund, which member state, for example, could use to contribute to the SADC Regional Development seed capital. So this is the main problem. But this study is going to be launched in October to help the region and specifically member states to ratify or to sign the agreement. I hope I was able to respond to your query, Honorable Dr. Isaac. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well answered. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Dr. Lironel.
Thank you. So, during the discussion, probably other questions may arise, but we now give the floor to Gordon Moyo to resume what you are saying, please. Mr. Gordon Moyo, you have the floor, please. Edna, perhaps we lost him again. Honorable Moyo.
No, but Chair, we seem to have lost Dr. Moyo again. We could probably, in this case, continue with points of interventions or questions following the presentation by Mr. Murray. No, but Chair, you're muted. Kindly unmute.
Vamos então passar a palavra.
So we will open the floor to the honorable colleagues. Any more questions to Mario's presentation? As it seems we lost Honorable Moyo again. Anyone else wishing to take the floor? Honorable Musena, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and we thank the previous speaker for the informative presentation. I have two questions. I think he tried to explain, but I didn't thoroughly get the core. The first one has to do with the changing of the annual, changing of the industrialization week to the annual business and investment forum, or I think I've missed the entire wording, but I just wanted to understand what it, like for him to elaborate further on the significance of that change. I think as he went to the next slides, when he was talking on the RDF, which included one of the 4 elements as industrialization, and the others we had like issues like social issues, etc. Would it be that the focus now is moving from just industrialization to more inclusive aspects of let's say trade or regional development? That's number 1. Number 2, I got a bit alarmed because I was focusing on Lesotho when he was presenting the graphs on the investment pattern. And I think he went very swiftly on them. I'm still waiting for the presentation. But can he just take us, if there's time allowing, step by step between the 4 graphs that were presented, what exactly they mean? Thank you.
Obrigado, senhora deputada Muzena.
Thank you, Honorable Muzena. I see no more hands raised. Is there anyone wishing to also raise any questions?
Ninguém tiver agora nenhuma questão a apresentar, eu vou passar então a palavra ao senhor.
We'll give the floor to Mario Lironel to answer the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Well, let me take the first one. The first one on exiting SADC Industrialization Week to SADC Annual Business and Investment Forum. Honorable, you are correct when you say to transform the SADC Industrialization Week into a more inclusive aspect. So branding is very important in attracting investment. So during the approval of the SADC Business and Investment Promotion Strategy by the Ministerial Task Force, it was indicated that it's important to think about moving a little bit from the SADC Industrialization Week to a more business and investment forum. So we want to attract attention of the Europe, attention of America to our business and investment forum, like the other countries do. For example, the Dubai AIM, the annual investment meeting. So that annual investment meeting is so popular, and people who want to really invest or to attract investment, they compete in order to participate on those let's say international forum. So the idea is to move a little bit from a more political, let's say, a forum to a more business, to more investment forum. That's more or less the idea. Regarding the graphics, those graphics were originated from the IMF, World Economic Outlook, and they actually depict SADC member state total investment, how much they capture, for example, from 2014 to 2019. I can, well, if with your permission, Honorable, I can share just for 1 or 2 minutes, once again, the graphics. Okay. Yes, the first one is total investment per country. This graphic from Angola up to Zimbabwe, from 2014 to 2019. This is an estimation from the IMF. You can see, for example, how the South Africa is ranked according to the IMF, Angola, and Tanzania, Zambia, DRC, Botswana, almost all member states. And then the second graphic shows the total investment as percent of GDP. So, and it counts from 2014 to 2021. Also from the report of the IMF World Economic Outlook database, April 2019. And also the investment pattern prior and post-COVID-19 pandemic. You can see here from 2014 up to 2018. So, but the situation has changed a lot. This reflects the situation before. But the idea was just to share the information, how the SADC is ranked by institution like IMF. I submit. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhora.
Thank you, Honorable Muzena. I hope this clears the question you asked. Are you happy with the answer, Honorable Muzena?
I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
So we invite the Honorable Gordon Moyo. You have the floor again before we lose you. So please, can you resume the question you were raising, please?
Madam Chair, my bandwidth is really a problem. So let me try and summarize my presentation before we get into another problem. When I stopped, I was putting on the table the issue that there is need for our parliaments in the SADC region to monitor the special drawing rights and let them be used in order to contain COVID-19, because with the COVID-19 with us, the issue of investments, whether they are domestic, whether they are foreign or otherwise, will remain a challenge. So there is need for vaccination to quickly go out into to the arms of our people and the Parliament, because my forte here is to talk about the role of Parliament. Parliament must raise its volume either through educating the communities, as well as making sure that the resources that have been provided for that matter are used accordingly. And again, I wanted to raise the issue that a number of big countries, the advanced countries, part of them in the G20, part of them in the G7, have some SDRs that they are not going to use because they cannot show cause for changing them into hard currency. Therefore, parliaments should pressurize their governments, pressurize the IMF and the rest of these countries to donate those SDRs to the economically disadvantaged countries, low-income countries, including the countries in the SADC region, because that money is available. So this problem of vaccination could be sorted out. I'm not being simplistic that they are going to give their or donate their SDRs, but I think parliaments should do their role by making sure that they are heard and they are heeded when it comes to the vaccination of the people. This is preparing the ground to reboot, to reload investments, both domestic and foreign investments in the SADC region and in Africa in general. Let me put again on the table, Madam Chair, a very simple issue that Parliament should continue to raise. It's an issue that has been re-raised a number of times, but there is no problem for me to re-raise it here. Remember, the church pastors, church bishops, go to church every Sunday to preach the same message. They are not stupid. They understand the importance of repetition. And I want to put on the table the issue of corruption. parliaments must address, parliament must raise their voice on the issue of corruption, because elite corruption, I'm not talking about petty corruption here, I'm talking about real corruption that is taking place within our state institutions, within the executive. And this corruption is hampering particularly domestic investments. We need to address this problem, this pandemic of corruption, and the kind of effort that we put towards COVID should be the same kind of effort, the same kind of scale that should be, we should look at corruption at the same level. So corruption, particularly in our region, is about domestic investment, in the sense that more and more funds are moved out of the region. Instead of those funds being invested locally, domestically, the funds are shipped into financial, offshore financial centers, tax havens, somewhere else in Europe, particularly by members of the elite, by the politically exposed persons, by the executive, the ruling executive, and our billionaires and multimillionaires in Africa, in the SADC region. They are investing their money not in Africa, not in the SADC region, but somewhere in the Cayman Islands, somewhere in Dubai, somewhere in the British Islands, and elsewhere in Switzerland. That's where they're putting the money. And that money becomes available for the rest of the world, instead of investing the money in Angola, investing the money in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, in Namibia. And if that is kept, and the money laundering and externalization is kept by Parliament. I'm not saying Parliament alone. Parliament has a role. It has got an effective role. It has got a platform to raise these issues and to come up with laws and regulations that will be used in stopping elite corruption that has affected domestic investment in our region. It's a big problem, esteemed members. If you look at the monies that are outside the countries, outside SADC, if you are to carry out an investigation, which was carried out by Ndigumane and his colleague Boyce, they carried out that kind of investigation for South Africa and some other countries. It is important for the parliamentarians to pick up those reports, study them, and debate them in Parliament, raise them in Parliament, because more money is outside the SADC region that belongs to the SADC players, SADC business people, SADC entrepreneurs. That money is outside in the offshore financial centers and tax havens. And that should be stopped. And Parliament should play a role. And that will, once that is stopped, or if that money is brought back, into the countries, surely there will be a lot of economic activity and a lot of investment. Of course, the problem is that the countries in Europe, in America, and elsewhere that are housing the tax havens are not cooperating. So there is a need for parliaments working with the other institutions, state institutions, and other multilateral institutions that are concerned about externalization, about corruption, about money laundering. Should work together in order to bring that money back. If it is back, really, we will solve a lot of problems, and the Parliament must play a role. Number 3, Madam Chair, I know that somebody is going to present on special economic zones, so I'm not going to talk much about it, but I just want to raise one little point. on special economic zones. My problem is that while there is excitement about what the special economic zones can do for foreign direct investments, my problem is the effect they have normally on the domestic investors, where there is a lot of support given to external and foreign investors against the domestic investors. Domestic investors are not given equal protection, equal support, equal incentives that are given to a number of players that come into our special economic zones. So Parliament must play that role, where they look at the balance between domestic and the foreign investment, because we need both. We need both. We need foreign direct investments. We need domestic investments. If the two work together, like our two eyes, like the two wheels of the bicycle, we will then have economies running. We'll be able to turn around our economies, turn around our infrastructure, turn around generally our financial systems, because we have the two systems working equally. But currently, at least the anecdotal evidence shows that there's a lot of more incentives given to the foreign direct investors as compared to the local investors. And Parliament, to do that, the executive gets excited. We should understand that. The executive is excited if they attract and when they are attracting foreign investors, and at the neglect of the locals. So it is the role of Parliament to ensure that there is that balance, and that balance can be created by the laws that we pass in Parliament, created by the oversight that we do to these investors that come to our special economic zones. Number 4, Madam Chair, is a simple point, a very simple point of information. There is a problem that we have in Africa and even in the SADC region, where there is a lack of information when it comes to foreign investments. A lot of information is hidden to parliamentarians, to the civic society, to the public, because somehow the issues of investments are a province of the executive. They see that as their prerogative. They sign documents and they conclude all contracts at times outside the radar of Parliament. And many times, again, the issues of corruption, the issues of moral climate are disturbed. There's a lot of moral turpitude when these things happen outside the radar of Parliament, outside the radar of public scrutiny. So lack of information. I think Parliament has got a responsibility, a role as a representative body of the peoples of this of their countries, to ensure that information is demanded from the executive, it's demanded from the investors. All those people are brought to Parliament through the parliamentary portfolio system, bring this Parliament to tell Parliament what is going on. Because what we know is that because of lack of information, some communities simply see investors coming to their communities. They are told to relocate. They are not aware. They don't even know what is happening. And there's a lot of disruption around our communities in the SADC region, particularly over the past 30 years, when we have had a number of other investors, particularly coming from the emerging economies and emerging markets, China, Saudi Arabia, and others, all are coming. And most of our executives then conclude these contracts, these agreements, investment agreements, without the knowledge of parliament, without the knowledge of communities. This is dangerous. It's dangerous because it is disrupting the communities. Whilst we need these investments, but we don't need them at the expense of our communities, at the expense of the land that our communities hold dear. Some of the land that is being taken from them is the land that is cultural. There are some sacred places in those areas. We should value that as Africans. We value investments, but at the same time, we need to balance. So information is very critical from Parliament, and Parliament can demand that. Parliament does not just request, it has a responsibility. It has got a constitutional mandate to have oversight at the executive. So demand instead of just requesting. I'm aware, Madam Chair, that sometimes our parliaments are compromised, particularly when they are dominated by the executive, and some constitutions have got these provisions where a member of parliament, if a member of parliament raises issues, he can be recalled or she can be recalled or can be whipped, can be disciplined, that kind of a thing. So it's something that Parliament must think, particularly the SADC Parliamentary Forum should come up with a model if it is not there. But if it is there, that's fine. If it is not there, where there's a model of law which describes or outlines the role of Parliament, where Parliament has got independence, where Parliament has got its sovereignty, even against the political parties that deploy those parliamentarians. That kind of a thing, because it will give the parliamentarians the age, the energy, the courage to raise the issues, particularly the issues of these investments where they are done outside the radar of parliament, the radar of media, the radar of public scrutiny. So Parliament has got this role, Madam Chair. Finally, I should say, as my earlier colleague Mario has raised, the importance of ratifying the national as well as the international and the regional protocols that promote investments. But the problem with some of our parliaments is that when those treaties come, conventions, protocols are brought onto the table, they just sign without scrutinizing. It is important for Parliament to scrutinize. Remember, Parliament has got this representative role. Remember, we have the constituents back at home, back in your courtyard. So you need to scrutinize these protocols so that they are in tandem with your constitution, in tandem with the aspirations, the worries, the concerns, and the feelings of the people that you represent. So it is important not just to ratify, we need them to be ratified, but there is a need to scrutinize. So the capacitation of Parliament, particularly the members who are here, we have got this privilege of engaging at this level. Their colleagues, your colleagues, may not have the same privilege of engaging at this level. So engaging with your colleagues, after these meetings, engage with your colleagues to raise their level of engagement, particularly when it comes to some investments. Because I'm afraid I could be disrupted again. Let me stop here and allow colleagues to engage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Moyo, for that presentation. We have lost the chair. She is trying to connect back into the meeting. However, Honorable Tepang, are you able to preside over the plenary following Dr. Moyo's presentation while we wait for the chair to join?
Okay, no problem, Edna. I can chip in on her behalf. Thank you so much, Dr. Moyo, for this presentation. I think honorable members have grasped what you have had to feed the members of parliament, and I would wish for them now to take the opportunity to engage with you on the presentation. Honorable members, the floor is now open for engagement on this presentation. Edna, kindly assist me to see who has raised their hands.
All right, there's none at the moment, Honorable.
Okay, as we wait for honorable members to pose some questions or make their contributions on this presentation, I have one question, Dr. Moyo. You have rightfully elaborated on the importance of members of parliament scrutinizing the work of the executive and actually understanding that they have the upper hand. One thing that I think we will consider as the committee is your submission or proposal or recommendation rather that maybe SADC Parliamentary Forum may wish to have a model law that guides members of parliament on the role of parliament vis-a-vis the executive. True enough, our constitutions, our various member parliament directives, standing orders, they do tell us what our role is, but I don't think we engage enough or we actually utilize the privilege and the constitutional mandate that the members of parliament have. And this submission, I think we will need to interrogate further and see how we can aid regional member states to make use of the power, because there's normally this understanding that the executive is more, has the upper hand on engaging or committing countries to certain commitments, which ultimately, honestly, are the responsibility of parliament. But the specific question I have now, drawing the line between domestic versus foreign investment, you punched on the importance of balancing the two, ensuring that we do not give more attention to foreign investment, foreign investors, actually, at the expense of domestic investors. Now, I wish for you to assist us in defining who exactly or how exactly we name domestic versus foreign investors. The reason I'm asking this is because there's recently a battle or a need to understand the indigenous community versus the naturalized community versus the foreign community. Now, can you help us so that we actually interrogate this in a better way with our local or our parliaments, national parliaments? Where do we draw the line between domestic and foreign, considering that we can have indigenous, naturalized, and foreign citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair, for the tricky question that you have put on the table.
Por favor.
Please, Dr. Gordon.
Thank you,
I've
Madam
resumed
Chair.
the session.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Apologies for the problem I had. This new virtual reality in which we are working, it happens a lot. I got part of the intervention of the Honorable Muzena, but let's now see if there are any other questions. and questions should be addressed not only to Mr. Moyo, but to both presenters. We should observe a break now, but since we have already engaged in the discussion, I would like to request all colleagues who have questions or requests for clarification, even input, to do so during the next minutes. If you all agree, rather than answering question by question, let's take rounds of questions, and afterwards the speakers will respond to these issues. Therefore, I'd like to know if there is anyone else with a question, comment, or request for clarification. You have the floor, honorable members.
Silêncio indica que, de facto, até aqui não tenho nenhum pedido de palavra.
Silence indicates that there are no more requests for floor. And then let's move on. Let's hand over to Mr. Gordon Moy to respond. But I think there is a colleague from Mozambique. I think he raised his hand. Does he want to say anything? So I'll hand over to Mr. Gordon Moyo to respond to the question raised by Honorable Muzenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the tricky question from Honorable Tsapan. Can I say to you, Madam Chair, personally, I have since dismantled in my mind all boundaries. So in my mind, and please forgive me, in my mind, when I'm talking about domestic, I'm talking about Africa. Because I believe mostly on Pan-Africanism. So any investor within Africa, investing in Africa, for me, and this is personal, it could be different to others. From Africa, investing in Africa, in Zimbabwe, investing in Lesotho, for example. I mean, I consider that as a kind of a domestic investment. When it comes to indigenous, perhaps we are now talking about if there are people within Zimbabwe, maybe something like that. But I want to broaden rather than to make these bits and pieces. I want just to broaden and say Africa to Africa, African investing in Africa are domestic investors within Africa. That's the frame. But others can have a totally different frame where you are talking about, I mean, in Zimbabwe, and if you are talking about domestic, I'm talking about Zimbabweans. Whoever is called a Zimbabwean is a Zimbabwean passport, is a Zimbabwean citizen, it then becomes a part of the domestic investor within Zimbabwe. That's kind of, that's another categorization by some other people. Others then say, okay, you can be in Zimbabwe, but and having a Zimbabwean passport, but if you are not originally Zimbabwean, if you are not a black Zimbabwean, then you are not an indigenous Zimbabwean. That's another level for me, but that's not what I would want the discussion to go into. If we could help Africa to begin to look at Africa as Africa, rather than categorizing ourselves into our villages, into our ethnicities, into our, I would want personally, and this is personally, to look at Africa and say everybody who is in Africa is a domestic investor in any country in Africa as we move towards our African Union, United States of Africa one day. A foreign investor, for that matter, then becomes obvious. A foreign investor is somebody coming from outside Africa, whether from Euro-American, from Asian markets, from outside Africa. If you're coming to Africa, into AfCAFTA, and you are outside, you are coming into to our region, then you are a foreign investor for me, and you should be treated like a foreign investor. But there's a need for a balance because we need both. As long as we understand that we need to make sure that African people are in industry, are investors, are entrepreneurs, are enabled to participate, and also one day Africa to go out into to invest elsewhere, to invest as investors and not as a laundering money, like I said earlier on, but as proper investors. That would be good. I'm not sure whether I have answered your question, Madam Chair. It's not an answer, it's a response. A response, you can have many responses. Answers, there could be an exact answer, Madam Chair.
Senhora Deputada Muzena,
Honorable Muzena, you have the floor to confirm whether you are satisfied with the response.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And I do appreciate the response by Dr. Moyo. However, I think really this is the crux of our understanding of the subject matter today, because we really need as a region, for starters, when I'm engaging from his point of view, we need to identify who Africans are and who Africans aren't in the context of development, in the context of economic growth. Now, when we take it further to our different countries, and we also consider the complexities that are brought about by the AFCFTA, for example, the issue of boundaries and understanding who is identified as who for which or what privileges will help us move in the right direction. Right now, as we speak, when I engage from the response that you have just given, Dr. Moyo, that he has just given, and now we're talking balancing the two, foreign versus national, or rather domestic investors. And now I'm sitting here in Lesotho, and I'm trying to understand who a foreigner is against a domestic investor. And now I look at somebody that's holding a Lesotho passport, and they got it 5 years ago. Whether they got it legally or illegally is another story. But now they are identified as Basotho, and they are given privileges that I feel should otherwise be simply reserved for indigenous Basotho. And now when we coin the opportunities that are opened up, do I identify this person as a foreigner or as a domestic person, as a citizen of, both are citizens, but to what level do we say we are now trying to address your concern, the concern of Dr. Moyo, that we shouldn't be seen to be opening up too much for foreign investors against domestic investors? Do I coin these people as domestic investors or as foreign investors? There's clarity when we consider somebody that doesn't hold a local passport, that doesn't have citizenship or anything. That one clearly is a foreigner, and they could fall on the other bracket. But now when we say we need to balance the two, like the eyes that you were talking, Dr. Moyo was talking about, where do we put this people that now have access to the privileges of the country, yet they could be tapping on two areas, both domestic and foreign, based on how we identify them. So I think that that's maybe another engagement that we might need to, get in deeply as the forum. But I appreciate the response that Dr. Moyo gave, which I will do with for now. But clearly that says there's a lot that we need to, disentangle so that we can move smoothly going forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Dr. Moyo. Thank you.
Obrigada, senhora deputada Mozena.
Thank you, Honorable Member Sena. I don't know if Dr. Gordon Moy would like to make any consideration, but there is a request of floor by Honorable Member Audrey. So I would like to hand the floor to her. And if you have any considerations to make, Mr. Moy, you can do that after Ms. Audrey. I'll hand over to
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Vidro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I take this opportunity to say thank you to the two presenters, Mr. Leonel and of course Dr. Boyo. A very good presentation. I just wanted to comment on some points Dr. Moyo said earlier in regards to us members of parliament, how it is important for us to promote and of course support in terms of our constituents in regards to domestic and foreign investment in our respective countries. Because I strongly believe as members of parliament, it is important that whatever investment is being done in our country, be it's domestic or foreign investment, it is important that we find the most opportunities that will benefit our people, our constituents, and making sure that they are being or not only benefit in terms of what kind of investment is being done in the respective districts, but also as well, we need to promote our domestic investors in terms of their products to ensure that to avoid piracy and encourage them so that they can increase the capital, and of course it brings much more opportunity in terms of economic for our respective countries. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Moyo for your points, which is very, very important. I just wanted to take note of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senhora deputada Audrey.
Thank you, Honorable Member Audrey. I'm just checking if there is any request for the floor. If there is no, I would like to ask a question, and I'll address this question to both presenters. There is a strategy and mapping for SADC industrialization approved in 2015, and this process runs up to 2063 in the Agenda 2063. What I would like to know is that, not understanding problems, we have noticed that even before the pandemic, the industrialization process and the investment drew a lot, and the domestication process is delayed. And I'd like to know, where can we place this strategy currently for SADC industrialization, considering your knowledge about what is underway Dr. Gordon Moyo brought specific issues on our parliaments, our context, and some of them go through the issues that hinder the development of our countries. Therefore, I would like to know to what extent, what is the current status and what is the perspectives so that in 2063 we can be able to attain the strategy of SADC industrialization. Thank you very much. Maybe we can start with Dr. Gordon Moyo, who is already with his hands on, and then we'll move on to Dr. Lionel. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, my hand was not on. I was just touching my chin. You were breaking, so I didn't get the question properly. Perhaps if you could go, if with your permission, if you go to my colleague, then I will get the question as he tries to respond. You were breaking, I didn't hear you properly.
Do you want me to repeat? Do you want me to repeat?
You can, Madam Chair. Maybe also my colleague, the other presenter, maybe got you well. So as he answers, perhaps I will also get to understand the question through his response.
Eu não vejo aqui o Dr. Lironel. Dr. Lironel tá conosco ainda?
Dr. Lionel, are you still in the...
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Ok. Tem a palavra, senhor Dr. Lironel. Então, percebeu a minha questão e a questão da
You
senhora...
have the floor. Did you get my question? Exactly.
Eu considero
With your permission, Chair.
Sim, senhora, tem a palavra.
Okay. Thank you so much. I wanted to contribute on the issue of domestic investment vis-a-vis FDI and intra-SADC investment. Exactly. Well, when here at SADC, when we say, for example, just a moment. When we say domestic investment, we are referring to private investment being done by nationals, regardless of ethnic group. So it's domestic investment in a context, for example, in Botswana. If I'm in Botswana and I'm an investor, so I'm doing domestic investment through our private investment law. But FDI, or foreign direct investment, refer to investment coming, let's say, from Europe, from Africa, from SADC to Botswana, for example. So this is FDI, regardless of intra-SADC investment. But what we want is to promote intra-SADC investment among nationals of the SADC region. Exactly. Now, going to the question from the chair regarding the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap, I want to say that the strategy is a living document. It exists also, and it is aligned. It is also aligned with the current RISDIP 2020-2030. So those documents, the regional indicative strategic development and the industrially document, as well as the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap 2015-2063, they are aligned. They are still together, regardless of the present economic context of the region. So this is to say that, for example, when I started my presentation, I presented the SADC Vision 2050. And if you go to the vision, you will see that I've indicated three main pillars. The first one, the industrial development and financial market integration. Infrastructure development in support of industrialization and regional integration. Social and human capital development. I recall, Chair, that the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap has got three main pillars. If you can see, I'm going to read them, you see that they are still connected. They are working, they cannot work isolated. So we have the first pillar of the roadmap is the industrialization as a champion of economic and technological transformation. Competitiveness as an active process to move from comparative advantage to competitive advantage, and then the regional integration and geography as the context for industrial development and economic prosperity. So they are aligned. It doesn't mean because we have the new vision 2050, because now we have the RISDIP 2020, 2030, then we forgot the strategy, the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap. They are connected and they cannot work isolated. I submit, Chair.
Obrigada pelos esclarecimentos. Eu vou então passar a palavra.
Thank you for your clarifications. I'll now hand over to Mr. Gordon Moyo
Thank you, Madam.
answer the question of Ms. Vida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I associate myself with the response given by my colleague Mario. But in addition, I want to say the program of industrialization is going to continue to have setbacks in our region and in Africa in general, as long as we continue to put more emphasis on commodity exports, as long as we continue to export raw materials, commodities, and without processing them within our region, within our African countries. And as long as we allow investors that come into the country and they are merely resource-seeking investments and not turning out to do value addition to those resources that we have. So whilst we have a number of and a battery of programs of industrialization, which may be connected, but turning them into reality will need the SADC and the rest of Africa to be clear when it comes to rent-seeking investments, which the resource-seeking investments, which are not value-adding, which are not manufacturing, which are not doing anything that is around the issues of beneficiation of our resources. We will continue to have this as a slogan. A slogan: Africa is industrializing, SADC is industrializing. We want to industrialize. We have this policy, we have a blueprint for industrialization, as long as we do not take practical steps. And that's where the Parliament should come in. Whenever budgets are presented, whenever State of the Nation address is made, Parliament must raise the issue to question our policies, question the executive, question whatever industrial policies are being implemented, as long as they are not, those investments are not turned to industries, local industries, manufacturing industries, moving towards to service industries and others. It will become a slogan, and forever a slogan that we will have: we want to industrialize, we want to industrialize. But we need to also to take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution, take advantage of the technologies that are coming in. There are countries that you can see they are beginning to take up technologies like your Rwanda and others, which is becoming a Singapore of Africa. Rwanda is becoming a Singapore of Africa, a Switzerland of Africa when it comes to try to set the bedrock for industrialization and locally based industrialization. That is important. So for me, it is important. We have all these blueprints. Yes, they are important, but Parliament, can you play a role as our parliaments? Play a role to demand, not just request, demand that the industrialization slogan is turned into practical and concrete steps in our region. Thank you.
Obrigada, Sr. Dr. Gordon Moyo. Eu estou aqui
Thank you, Dr. Moyo. I can look at the of participants to see if there is any hands raised. I cannot see any. So I ask now whether any colleagues has got anything you'd like to raise at this juncture. Any question to our speakers? If not, there are no requests for the floor. I'd like to thank our speakers, Dr. Lironel, for his brilliant presentation, which prompted the discussion we had, to Dr. Gordon Moyo, which talked about the role of our parliaments and raised the concrete issues that our parliaments have to take on board, and we as MPs have to be aware of these issues, and we have to put in place necessary conditions for advocacy so that matters are addressed, so that we can have in our countries the investments that we need. I appreciate the idea of domestic investments, these linkages that we should have in our countries. In Angola, we have many South African investors, but recently we have investments from Zimbabwe for an industry that was paralyzed for many years. It's a good example which is well taken, because this was an investor from Africa, number one, and particularly from the SADC region. I would like to thank the two speakers for your brilliant statements. With this, and we'll consider these topics as exhausted. Dr. Edna, what's the way forward? Is time for a break? Should we proceed? What happens next?
No, but Chair, thank you very much. We are supposed to break for lunch right now. But from experience, Honorable Chair, when we break for lunch, we usually do not manage to form quorum, but it's up to the committee. We may, the committee may suggest that we break for lunch, or we finish with the next three presenters who have to present within 20 minutes. They have 20 minutes each to make a presentation, and then conclude finally. Honorable Chair, if it's okay with the committee, we may proceed.
Muito obrigada, doutora Edna. Caros colegas.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'd like to get your views whether we should continue or should have a break. I'm easy, I can continue, I can break, it's up to you. Shall we proceed? Please, I need your feedback.
Honorable Chair, I propose that we we continue.
Proponho que nós
Thank you.
Sim, senhora, vamos então continuar. Eu ia precisamente.
If there is no objections, we'll proceed.
I second that.
Obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you. So we shall continue with our work. After this first session, we will now have presentations by investment promotion, investment from Zambia, Mauritius, and Botswana about investment policies in these countries in terms of domestic and foreign direct investment, about successes, opportunities of special economic zones. So I'll ask or provide Zambia to take the floor. 20 minutes for your presentation.
No, but probably at this point, when we wish to guide the presenters to stick to time, the next presenters have each 20 minutes.
Eu disse que tínhamos no mínimo 20 minutos para cada apresentação.
So it's 20 minutes for each presentation, and
O da
the
Zâmbia.
first one is from Zambia. You have the floor for 20 minutes.
Como não consigo, não tenho aqui o nome.
Mr. Melu?
I don't have the name, I cannot see. Is in position to start his presentation.
Mr. Melu, are you ready to start? Mr. Chundama, may you assist? No, but try in the interest of time, we can try with Mauritius if they are ready. The presenter can commence. We can get back to Zambia. Mauritius?
Muito obrigada. Passo a palavra ao
That's
senhor.
fine. So we will have Ms. Yanai from Mauritius. Is he available to make the presentation? Mauritius.
Senhor diretor do Desenvolvimento Econômico das Maurícias, está presente?
Mauritius. Is Mauritius around? Edna, perhaps we'll go to the third presenter.
Botswana. We can check with Botswana, Honorable Chair. Dr. Margaret?
From Botswana.
Yes, yes, Edna, I'm available.
Okay, I will share your presentation.
A palavra para a doutora Margareta, então, por favor.
Fine, we'll have Dr. Margareta from Botswana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me try and see if I can share my screen. If I have technical issues, Edna will assist.
Okay.
Madam Chair, good morning. Is it afternoon already? Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Okay, thank you. For the opportunity to present, I'll be looking at this very important topic that we have before us and giving a perspective from the Botswana side. And in terms of the presentation outline, I'll just be looking at the domestic investment and FDI framework. Sorry for that error on the first one. Country-specific strategies. I'll also look at the challenges or obstacles. Briefly look at the successes and challenges and opportunities for special economic zones. I'll also look at the COVID-19 impact on investment and conclude with the role of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as well as the national parliaments in investment promotion. As I said, we'll be looking at the domestic investment and FDI framework in Botswana. And basically, by way of introduction, I thought we could start by looking at the definitions first. And I've just borrowed from an UNCTAD document, which actually classifies FDI or foreign direct investment as a category of international investment that reflects the objective of an investor resident in one country, but obtaining a lasting interest and control in another country or in another enterprise resident in another country other than that country of the foreign investor. It's a mouthful, but basically that's just that a foreign investor is someone who comes from outside the national boundaries and invest in that particular country. And domestic investment, like Dr. Moyo said, is just basically about domestic investors investing in their own economy, nationals investing in their own economy. And I need to point out here that domestic and foreign direct investment are indeed complementary or should be complementary. In terms of the both domestic investment and foreign direct framework in Botswana, I have a few highlights here, which just basically try to give the honorable members an overview of how the framework looks like in the Botswana context. Botswana does not have a foreign investment law and relies on sectoral laws to actually facilitate entry of foreign direct investors. We have the Industrial Development Act, we have the Trade Act, the Tourism Act, just to mention a few. The investment law is actually under draft, and the aim is to protect investors, provide a transparent and consistent as well as predictable investment facilitation and management. And the third thing that we need to note about our investment framework here in Botswana is that Botswana Investment and Trade Center actually plays a very primary role in terms of promotion and facilitation of investment. And then, of course, there are other agencies as well that are involved. We have there is the agency that is responsible for tourism, for example, which deals with tourism, with the investment in the tourism, investment promotion in the tourism sector. In terms of sectoral laws, we do have laws that have some restrictions on foreign direct investment. And the whole objective of those restrictions is to try and promote local entrepreneurs and also to promote domestic investment. We also have a highlight here that utilities and some services are state-owned and are not accessible to private investment, whether they are domestic or foreign. So we have a host of policies and strategies that actually focus in investment promotion or providing a guidance on investment promotion and facilitation. And we have them, those that are mentioned in that page there. I just decided to take a few policies that as a country we use to try and facilitate investment measures that are targeted at investment, whether it is domestic or foreign direct investment. And the ones that we have there are basically laws that investors have to go through when they do business registration and licensing. I'm not going in the interest of time. I'll not go through them. But basically, we have the Companies Act, we have the Registration of Business Act, the Trade Act, Industrial Development Act, and Tourism Act. I'm mentioning this. This is just the selected ones that we have picked for this presentation, but of course, we have other laws as well. And I need to mention here that we have had some recent reforms that are aimed at trying to improve the environment within which investors, whether they are foreign or domestic, operate in. So we have recently implemented an online registration system. There is also implementation of regulations in the Trade Act as well as the Industrial Development Act, and recently an online visa application process, and the digitalization strategy has been launched. All these measures are aimed at trying to continually improve the environment within which businesses operate. We have other measures as well. There are several measures that affect investment. We have land and rated laws. We have employment laws. We also have competition and anti-competition laws. We have health and safety laws. We have laws that govern labor matters. And we also have a system of dispute settlement, which is actually enshrined in some of the multilateral agreements. I mean, like the Botswana is a member of the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. So those are just trying to focus on issues with regard to dispute settlement. We also have, as we continue on the measures that investors have to go through, especially now post-establishment. We have the laws governing, intellectual property, and I should mention here that we have a positive review or score here in terms of the legal protections for property rights, that they are sound and are actually enforced in practice, and that is coming from the Heritage Foundation in 2021. Here we're trying to look at some of now that we have all those policies, those the regulations, those laws that govern investment, domestic and foreign direct investment. This slide here is just trying to look at some of the how we've fared in terms of FDI flows. And you will note in the slide here that perhaps is not very visible, but the mining is probably one of is the biggest recipient of foreign direct investment. And as Dr. Moyo mentioned earlier on, this is actually just in line with the resource-seeking objective of the investors that we find in the sector such as mining. We also have some good shares, very good shares in terms of retail and wholesale, as well as the transport sector as well. So, but basically the idea of this slide here is just to show that we still have a long way to go, especially with regard to manufacturing, in terms of trying to promote investment flows in that sector. So in terms of country-specific strategies for promoting investment, we are noting here that we have a very good framework at the SADC region. There's commitment. The presentation made earlier by SADC Secretariat showed that there's commitment actually at SADC level to reviewing and undertaking reforms that are aimed at improving the ease of doing business in the region. And for that, there's a comprehensive regional investment framework, and that provides guidance and in terms of national strategies to promoting both domestic investment as well as foreign direct investment. So I have here some of the examples. The SADC Secretariat made a good presentation on this one, so I'm not going to go through them. The idea is just to show that the national policies actually have a backing at regional level in terms of reforms and move towards improving the ease of doing business. As the previous slide showed, that the country has a very comprehensive regulatory and policy framework that promotes and facilitates investment. We've looked at the business registration and licensing laws and procedures. We have competition and antitrust laws and policies. We have expropriation and compensation laws, laws on the protection of property rights. We have industrial policies. We also have bilateral investment agreements and taxation treaties as well. And we do have institutions where BITC, or Botswana Investment and Trade Center, being one of them. But we also have a Special Economic Zones Authority, which is responsible for the implementation, development, and implementation oversight on the development of special economic zones. And then we have a regional the strategy which is based at the Silve Pikwe, or eastern part of Botswana, which promotes investment in that region. In terms of what BITC does, it does investment promotion. We also do Botswana One-Stop Services Center, or we house the Botswana One-Stop Services Center. And that basically looks at issues such as investor permits, licensing, clearance, property and land facilitation, investor aftercare services, as well as advocacy. BITC also is responsible for the nation brand management. The idea of the nation brand management is just to try and create a national image building and global awareness so that we promote Botswana as a country that you can live in, that you can invest in, and one that you can visit. So in terms of specific, you know that when the SADC Secretariat made a presentation earlier on, he did mention that we have issues with doing business. That is also a problem here in Botswana as a country. So in a way to try and facilitate and handhold our investors, the One-Stop Service Center offers some of the services that are outlined there. We help companies do their company registration. We'll also help with their trade and business licenses. We'll facilitate an acquisition of industrial and commercial land, as well as factory shells. There are companies actually that are housed in BITC managed factory shells. We help companies open bank accounts, utility connections, water, electricity, and so on. And we also have incentives under the IFSC and others as well. We help companies, whether they're domestic or foreign, also in terms of environmental impact assessment, compliance, entry visas, work permits, and related services, as well as income tax and VAT registration, and aftercare services in terms of renewals and expansions. So basically the idea is that the One-Stop Service Center is trying to circumvent or address and deal with the issue of doing business and make it very easy for investors, domestic as well as foreign, to speed up the process of setting up and starting their operations. In terms of investment incentives, these are outlined here. Botswana actually has incentives with regard to taxation. The incentives that are specific to the International Financial Services Center. We also have incentives that are geared towards training costs and so on. So in terms of taxation, if you are in the IFSC or designated IFSC company, you have 15% tax, as well as in manufacturing and in the Innovation Hub or Botswana Innovation Hub. And for SPEDU or the Silve Pikwe or regional development outfit that we have, So those are the benefits with regard to taxation there, the value-added tax, and maximum income tax of 25%, and possible tax break as well if you get approval in the what is referred to as the development approval order. And we also have incentives that are specific to the IFSC. They are outlined there. No exchange controls, up to 15% tax credit for non-double taxation jurisdictions, and other benefits as well. So there's also duty-free import for manufacturing and agricultural equipment, and 200% tax rebates on training. So the other thing that we need to note here is that our tax in general, we consider it competitive with the 22% level. The African average is slightly higher at 27.5, and then the global average at 23.57. So these are some of we talked about the double taxation agreements when we talked about the IFSC. So these are some of the countries that we have agreements in. And so it actually just tries to point out that we try to make it as easy as possible for investors to invest in Botswana, especially in the IFSC. We also, Botswana is a small economy. So in addition to those policies that we talked about earlier, we also have a wide range of bilateral and regional as well as multilateral trade agreements. They are outlined there. We are a member of SADC. We are a member of SADC, member of SADC EFT agreement, or European Free Trade Association agreement with countries such as Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. We also have, the duty-free and quota-free and market access under AGOA, and the AFS, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Sorry about that. So these are just meant to try and augment trade policy, a very important policy aspect in the part of Botswana, because we are a very small economy.
Dr. Margaret, with the permission of the chair, you have 5 minutes to wind up your presentation.
Okay, so with regard to the special economic zones, those are some of the areas that we are looking at. We have 8 so far. They are outlined in that slide there. And we have the special economic zones have a set of specific incentives that are just particularly for those that are in the special economic zones. And the packages are outlined in the slide here. It's issues with regard to taxation and fast-track land allocation, duty-free imports, and so on. So in terms of special economic zones, we just zoomed in a little bit in terms of what some of the successes, challenges, and opportunities as requested by the SADC Secretariat. And I need to point out here that our special economic zones are relatively new. So basically, in terms of achievement, we have regulatory frameworks that have been approved, and some other outlined the Special Economic Zones Policy, the Special Economic Zones Act, and the Special Economic Zones Incentives, and so on and so on. And some of the achievements have also been in terms of land acquisition and SEZ declarations. There are areas that have been declared as SEZ by the minister. And then we have they're at various levels of execution. So in terms of challenges, maybe just as part of the issues with regard to doing business, SEZ would actually require an environment that is very conducive for investment, and the issues relating to cost of and quality of utility, transport access, and business regulatory environment are very key to the success of this SEZ. We'll be looking very closely as to how this actually works out as we implement our special economic zones. These are incentives under the Silver region, the eastern part of the country. Also, very specific incentives that are for that region. And then, in terms of obstacles to achieving greater levels of investment, You'd note that the slide there is just trying to show how we've been probably our doing business rankings have been deteriorating over time. So this is one area that still needs attention, despite the fact that we have all these reforms that we are currently undertaking. We are yet to actually receive some, in terms of positive outcomes in the doing business rankings. And now the slide here is just trying to look at some of the obstacles. I'll quickly go through them. They relate to the regulatory and legal and regulatory environment. We have problematic areas there, the issues with regard to starting a business, getting electricity. Those are some of the key areas that we need to focus on. Size of the market, we've talked about it. As a small country, we rely on regional as well as international markets. So issues on trading across borders are important. And then we have access to issues of skills. The business community is complaining that the skills are inadequate, and maybe there's also an issue of mismatch of skills, as well as issues relating to access to land or real estate. So it's a major impediment that we have to tackle here, and we are hoping that the SEZ are going to kind of alleviate that access to land issue somewhat. And in terms of COVID-19 impact, I will not go through the slides, but what is coming out from this slide here is that the FDI flows have actually declined very drastically because of the pandemic. And then they've had an immense impact in the productive sectors, especially when we talk about greenfield FDI. It has had a major blow because of the COVID-19. So we had declines both in Africa as well as a country here. So the issues that we need to actually be uppermost in our policy response here with regard to the fact that there is now intensified competition for FDI among countries. So we need to be very swift in terms of FDI targeting. We need to enhance our adoption of innovation, digitalization and technology. We also have to be looking for regional opportunities because investors are likely to be looking at a region as a whole rather than a specific country. So these are some of the sectors that have been affected, where we see here that IT, health and pharmaceuticals, banking and insurance, agriculture and processing have recovered more quickly than others. And they are probably an area that we could look at as a region. And these are what are some of the IPAs are saying with regard to the sectors where they think opportunities are. They actually just resonate what we have in the previous slide. So as a country, we've also had to look at COVID-19 and had some responses. And they are in the form of tax reduction and tax holidays. We had targeted support for the private sector. What we termed the implementation of industry support facility that was aimed at trying to ease the pains associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. There were also some loan guarantees and the reduction of interest rates. So in terms of as an IPI, our responses have also just been in line with the government commitment to ease the pain that business suffered as a result of COVID-19. So those are some of the interventions that we had as an IPA. So these are some of the very short, medium to long-term issues. Investment climate is one key area that we need to focus on as a country. Investment in infrastructure, we have made strides through the maybe projects such as Kazungula and road projects, as well as water and sanitation. But of course, there's still more. So in line with the sectors that are on the road to recovery, renewable energy is one sector that is actually on the radar. And we are, as an IPA, we are looking at profiling the sector so that we look at some issues that are emerging, investment opportunities are emerging out of that, as well as to strengthen our advocacy to remove bottlenecks. This is what we looked at in terms of the role of the SADC Parliamentary Committee and the national parliaments as well. We think that with regard to investment promotion, there are the side research that we have to do image building, investment promotion, facilitation, as well as policy advocacy. We think here that the SADC Parliamentary Forum has an opportunity here to contribute to initiatives on on SADC region image building to enhance the visibility of the region. And at the national level as well, we think the national parliament can actually also play a role in terms of initiatives towards nation image building. We also have, in terms of policy advocacy, one key area that seems to be one area that we would have to look at as a policy direction as a region is the development and implementation of regional value chains. This area probably needs attention, agent attention, if I were to put it like that. We need to be looking at how we can actually develop and implement regional value chains. And then in terms of national parliament, the issues with regard to policy advocacy relate to, playing a critical role or a key role in terms of informing or input in the national advocacy agenda, the policies that are being crafted, the laws, the regulations that affect both domestic and FDI. We need to focus our attention there as national parliaments to try and influence how they are going, the design and implementation of those. We also have the SADC Parliamentary Forum. One of the aspects that they could probably consider is their input in the design of new and existing regional policies on investment, and also to build on the reforms that we have done as a region in terms of
Doutora Margarete, eu ia lhe pedir para fazer o resumo.
Dr. Margaret, I'd like to request you to summarize because you have already exceeded the time allocated.
Okay. Thank you, Madam
Can
Chair.
you summarize and conclude your intervention?
Yes, so in terms of SADC level parliamentary forum areas of possible intervention, we can build on the reforms that we have made at SADC level to influence the design of the planned continental investment protocol protocol to protect SADC interests and just further make sure that the agenda balances the interests of the SADC nationals as well as those of the investors as well. So in terms of national parliament, we've already talked about their input in the national advocacy agenda, and there's also scope for collaboration and partnerships in terms of using existing consultative structures to participate in and promote stakeholder consultations when the AFCFTA protocol investment comes into being. So that will bring me to the end of the presentation. I apologize, Madam Chair, for taking a bit of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Margaret. We'd like to thank your intervention about the investment frame of Botswana. Therefore, I'd like you to share the slide with us, to stop sharing the slide so that we can continue with our meeting.
Madam Chair, Mauritius is ready.
Tem a palavra o senhor doutor Vianney.
Dr. Vianney, you have the floor.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon to those closer to us. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to thank the SADC Parliamentary Forum Committee on Trade, Industry, Finance and Investment for giving the Economic Development Board of Mauritius the chance and the opportunity to present to you. And I'll try my level best to try and answer the questions about the obstacles and measures that has been put into place by Mauritius to overcome COVID issues to the economic contraction felt in Mauritius, and also try to give some understanding on how together with the SADC Parliamentary Committee, we can take things forward. So as an introduction, the Economic Development Board of Mauritius, which was under the EDB Act of 2018, under the aegis of the Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development of Mauritius, is mandated to work towards the strategic economic planning of the country, to promote trade and investment, to make sure that the business facilitation is put in underway, mainly the ease of doing business, and also the country branding. Right, so this is just a macroeconomic view of Mauritius overview. Population 1.3 million, like you all know. The projected growth rate for 2021 is about 5.4%. And I think what's important for you to take note here, the exclusive economic zone of 2.3 million square kilometers, the inflation 2.5%, and also the GDP per capita. In 2019, it was $12,740, which positioned Mauritius as a high-income economy. But unfortunately, with a GDP decline of 14.9% in 2020, we're now standing at $10,230 GDP per capita. Right. In terms of Mauritius itself, a macroeconomic view, it's a well-diversified economic base. Manufacturing, 12.5% of the GDP. Then we have financial services, which is close to 12% of the GDP. Then construction, real estate activities, 11%. Tourism at 8%. Wholesale and retail at 12.5%. Then we have knowledge, life, health sciences, ICT, BPO, which are under 5% each. So it's really a well-diversified economy with about 18 to 20 different sectors contributing to the GDP of Mauritius, with a major one being manufacturing, financial services, real estate, and tourism. Right, so the Mauritius advantage at a glance. Why Mauritius? Because it's easy to invest in Mauritius. It's easy to set up a company in Mauritius. You don't need minimum capital requirement. 100% foreign ownership allowed. You can incorporate a company within two hours, and the next day your bank account is on and you can start operation within 24 hours in Mauritius. It's got a very conducive tax regime that is very attractive to international investors as well, and got other facilities such as free repatriation of profit, dividend, and capital. And in some cases, we have partial exemption as well, which is in the global business sector as well. Of course, when it comes to connectivity, it is important to have excellent connectivity to attract investors and traders to the country. So high bandwidth is important. So we have we have the fiber optic connectivity. We have 3 of them connected to Mauritius already, and 2 more underway. State-of-the-art fixed and mobile telephone network, but not just when it comes to e-communication, when it comes to the port and the airport of Mauritius as well. Very modern and well-designed airports that can accommodate over 4 million passengers annually, and our port handling 800,000 TEUs annually, and with plans to increase that to 1.5 million in the next few years. And of course, the availability of skilled labor in Mauritius is another attraction, and the multilingual part of it is even more attractive because, as you know, the African continent has mainly the Anglophone and the Francophone part. We do have some of our friends speak Portuguese, very nice to listen to you guys, but also it is important to have this mix of Anglophone and Francophone speakers in the economy as well. Right, so Mauritius itself as an international accolades, if you look at why Mauritius, if you ask the questions, international investors will be looking at what are the conducive environment of that country. And if you look at the global rankings and the major ratings, accolades across the globe, Mauritius fares very well. Actually, we're first in Africa when it comes to ease of doing business. We rank 13th in the world. The Mo Ibrahim Index on Good Governance, we've been first in Africa for the past 10 years. Economic freedom, again, 13th in the world, first in Africa. Global competitiveness, the tax effectiveness as well, first in Africa. When it comes to tax efficiency, we're 5th in the world as well. And then innovation index as well, we're first in Africa. So these are some of the indices that will give an indication to global investors why Mauritius when they're considering investment to or through Mauritius for the African continent. Right. So Mauritius itself has been evolving over time. Back at independence, 53 years ago, at 1968, we were considered to be a monocrop economy, mainly towards the cane sugar production at that time, sugar export, and the agro industry was about 80% of the GDP at that time. And over the ages, we have diversified. We had the rapid manufacturing development in the in the 70s and 80s for the promotion of export processing zones across the island as well, and the adoption of textile technology. So textile became important in the early 80s on the island. Then we move to tourism industry, late 80s, early 90s. Then the financial services sector in the early 1990s, 1991 actually, when the financial industry sector really took off in Mauritius in the 1990s, early 2000s, and the ICT sector in the early 2000s. And now what we are looking at, we're looking at really the agro industry, how to do smart agriculture, vertical farming, sheltered farming. So really at going into organic farming, and also how to do this type of high niche production of producers, mainly towards the objectives is towards import substitution. So importing less and try to produce for the market itself in Mauritius. Then manufacturing, of course, as you've seen, is the major contributor to the GDP is manufacturing in Mauritius. So manufacturing, but we are now looking at how do we go into high value manufacturing in Mauritius. As you know, Mauritius, small island developing state, far from the major markets. We have a small population of 1.3 million. So to really focus on mass production in Mauritius will not make sense, but our philosophy in manufacturing is rather looking at high value manufacturing in Mauritius, industry 4.0 and so on. So really, how can we do more research and development in Mauritius as well? That's why you will see there's a lot of emphasis on promoting data technology parks, promoting medical production in Mauritius, pharmaceutical production in Mauritius. This is what we're looking in terms of manufacturing in Mauritius. And ICT moving to the next phase, property protection as well. How do we do research and development? And how do we merge financial services and ICT together and adopt a fintech solution on the way forward towards promoting investment onto the continent as well? And renewable energy, which is very important as well. Currently, 23% of the total energy production in Mauritius is through renewable sources, and we have objectives to go up to 60% over the few decades ahead of us. Right, so what sets Mauritius apart as well is the high number of bilateral agreements that we have in place when it comes to trade. We have, of course, the AFCFTA with the continent. We're part of SADC, COMESA, which already is working very well, and the CFTA is going to come and become better down the ages. But we also have AGUA with the USA. We have the interim EPA with the EU. We have a free trade agreement with Turkey. We got a preferential trade agreement with Pakistan, but more importantly and more recently, on 1st of January 2021, the free trade agreement with China came into operation, and the comprehensive economic partnership agreement with India came into operation on 1st of April 2021. So with India, we have 615 tariff lines that we have preferential entry to India, and with China, we got around 8,000 tariff lines with preferential access in the Chinese market. So this really creates an environment where you can attract investors to come and produce in Mauritius and tap to almost 70% of the world market through the Mauritian jurisdiction. Right. So the investment framework itself, you can see from 2016 onward to 2019, it was increasing quite steadily. The figures are in Mauritian million. So 97 billion was in 2019, but then with COVID, it dropped down to 76 billion rupees. But we're projecting for 2021, it will go back to 89 billion rupees. So yes, we have felt a decline with COVID, but we believe we're on track in terms of recovery, and 2022 onwards, we should be back to 2019 terms when it comes to investment. Right, but this slide is an important slide. I'll potentially spend a minute on this, but why this is important? Because we were asked to consider what are the obstacles towards investment on the African continent, and especially in the SADC region. And one of the things that we asked ourselves, if you look at Asia, for example, they got several financial hubs that are promoting fund towards project in Asia. You got Singapore, you got Japan, you got Shanghai, that are structuring almost $500 billion into numerous projects across the Asian region. And if you look at Middle East, you will have Abu Dhabi, you will have Qatar, you will have Dubai that are structuring funds to different projects in the Middle East. If you look at Europe, you will have Frankfurt, you have Paris, you will have London that are structuring funds to different projects across the European continents. And of course, Americas, you have New York, which is the biggest financial hub in the world. But when you start asking yourself which financial hub is promoting investment to Africa, you don't really see any of the major financial hubs promoting investment on the African continent. You do have Morocco, you do have Cape Town that is doing a decent job, and you have Mauritius. Today, 9% of total investment in Africa is structured through the MIFC, the Mauritius International Financial Center. And Mauritius has the objective is about promoting investment finance across the African continent so Africa can industrialize, and SADC is one of the core targets for the Mauritian companies based in Mauritius, structuring fund across the SADC region as well. So it is important for a financial jurisdiction of repute with the right efficiencies and effectiveness to actively promote investment and financing on the continent so Africa can tomorrow represent a bigger share of the global flow of funds globally. Right now, the total flow of funds in the investment world is less than 3% for Africa. And a continent with 17% of the world population, 30% of the world natural reserves, only get less than 3% of total finance. It doesn't balance. And that's where Mauritius wants to fit in. We want to really create the ecosystem to promote funds, finance, and investment on the African continent. Right, so Mauritius as an investment gateway for the African continent. So of course, I mentioned in the 1990s it started, and the MIFC is playing a prominent role in driving investment in Africa. 9% of all FDI to Africa is administered through the Mauritius International Financial Center, and over $82 billion of investment is mediated through the Mauritian jurisdiction, and also contributing to $6 billion of tax revenue for Africa per year. This is important to note as well. Foreign investment routed through Mauritius into Africa supports 42 million jobs. And this was a recent survey done by the IFC of Mauritius. We found that 42 million jobs in Africa has been created through the investment structured for the Mauritian jurisdictions. Right. So when it comes to major obstacle as well, what is important for us to take note is the non-tariff barriers for us to do business, to promote intra-African trade, because the more we promote intra-African trade, the more investment will come in this part of the world. As we trade between ourselves, our market size increase, and then the economies of scale will make us more effective. Economies of scale will come into play, and we're going to become attractive to international investors. So it is important on top of the CFTA or SADC that has flattened the tariff barriers already to now actively to have the parliamentary forum committee to look at the non-tariff barriers, red tape, perception and corruption practice, trade financing, connectivity by land, sea, and air. These are important things that we need to work on. We need to make sure that we eliminate the perception has to be worked on, because the perception is here, it stays, and it makes the international investor scared of coming to this part of the world. So we need to do a lot of work to communicate, to talk about it, that this perception was in the past and it's no longer valid in this part of the world, and how the community is working to make sure that it is not happening. And trade financing is important because a lot of our commodities only represent less than 2 to 5% of the total value chain of products. I'll take one example, cocoa that comes from Africa. In the total value chain, less than 5% of the total value comes to the African continent at the end of the day. 95% will go to countries like Switzerland, France, and Asia for doing the value-added work where they transform it into chocolate and other consumer products at the end of the day. So all these needs to be done in the African market. So we need to really work at supporting trade financing so that we don't have the farmers just selling all the crops to a country, to somebody in Vietnam, to somebody in China, or somebody in France, and then don't get the real value. If we have proper trade financing, which means we can go up the value chain, invest in local value-added operations, and start trading ourselves and control the destiny of our resources rather than relying on international firms to do that for us. Right. So also, additionally, it is important for Africa to industrialize, to be able to do the value addition within our shores and maintain and increase our part of the profit in the total value chain. Mauritius tried to engage in several SEZ projects across Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Madagascar, and more recently Kenya. And what we have realized is that we have learned we have developed a tool on how to make sure that we have an efficient way in setting up SEZ. But at the same time, we also realize that it is important to have a major sector that is attached to the SEZ development so that it will really take off. And that's why you will find that over the years, the strategy has changed. For example, in Madagascar, the SEZ is going to be focused on textile technologies. So it's going to be a textile city in SEZ. And we found in Kenya, they're actually doing very well with the metropolis that's being developed in Kenya as well. And so the metropolis is focused on the ICT sector. So going forward, SEZ projects are going to have a major economic sector attached to it, and the promotion could then be designed around that economic sector, and it will be easier to attract investment and promoters to come into the special economic zones. And so we also using our knowledge from the export processing zone success in Mauritius back in the 70s and the 80s, along with what we have learned in the African continent, to really push for SEZ across the SADC region as well, to make sure that going forward, we have a proper, effective way of getting them up and running. Right. So this is some of the steps that we have highlighted that are important for us to develop a proper special economic zone. It's about getting right the agreement, the regulatory framework right. It's about the development of the zone itself. It's about the marketing and the promotion, and it's about the operationalization. So these are the key activities that we really need to make sure as key milestones to achieve if we want to get it right. And I'll be sharing that with all of you later today after this presentation. Right, so a little bit at COVID-19 impact to Mauritius. I mentioned earlier, we experienced a decline, a contraction of the economy of 14.9% in 2020, and we have a projected recovery for 2021 at 5.4%. Right, but what the government of Mauritius has been very good at, it has been very good at being proactively implementing schemes to protect local entrepreneurship, all the operators in Mauritius, by introducing, for example, the wage assistance scheme that has enabled companies to maintain employment. Maintaining employment means the company has been able to stay online, deliver when they had been having orders, do the exportation, but at the same time, it maintained the jobs of the people, and it maintained the social and the economic stability of the country over the medium to long term as well. So we can see today, companies in Mauritius are ready to restart and take Mauritius towards the economic recovery process. So the wage assistance scheme was something, something very important that the government put on very early on to protect operators in the Mauritian economy. Also, there were incentives that would promote export promotions that were put into place. For example, a reduction of the port charges at the port, and we facilitated market access through some freight rebate scheme temporarily to enable companies to do the exportation. Additionally, the government also had different plans for economic recovery. For example, in the past budget, 65 billion rupees was put into development of roads, network, and other infrastructures so that we can sustain employment in the construction industry as well. But as I mentioned earlier as well, the government went ahead to operationalize different FTAs with China, with India, and also the AFCFTA came into play. So that now opens a door for us in a post-COVID environment to really go and develop niche markets across the region, do some intra-regional trade strategy into place to be able to get some of the lost market back on track. Right. So Again, Mauritius as a place to work, live, play, and retire. So we also added schemes. As you know, my colleague from Botswana mentioned earlier, the tourism industry was the one that was mostly hit by the pandemic. And that's why we experienced this huge decline, contraction of the economy, because we closed our borders. So tourism went down to zero effectively for over a year. And so work, live, and play is something that is important as attracting investors, potential innovators to come and live in Mauritius. But we also launched in parallel a premium visa to encourage writers, to encourage people like artists and so on to come and live in Mauritius and use Mauritius as a creative environment to develop their work, whether it's about designing a new product, whether it's about writing a book, whether it's about doing the art in Mauritius. So we have also launched a premium visa for people who wants to stay at least a year in Mauritius. So we're targeting foreign professional, digital nomads, families, retirees, artists, and other professionals to come to Mauritius. So this we have done as a result of closing down the borders, but then trying to ad hoc bring some of the professional and artists and other innovators and investors to the island as well. So tourism, I'm glad to tell you that 1st of October, you don't have any quarantine to do in Mauritius. And already I've been told about 40,000 tourists will be visiting for this month alone. So we should be back on track to achieve our target of 650,000 tourists by the end of the financial year. That will guarantee that we have this economic growth of 5.4% this year, which means Mauritius is back on the recovery plan based on that. Right, so what recommendation to the SADC Parliamentary Forum Committee on the way forward? We believe that at the ADB, capacity building to better align policies towards supporting international investment agreements. So it is important for us to understand these are the agreements, these are the measures being put into place, the new framework being put into place to flatten the tariff barriers, to eliminate red tape. But then what are the non-tariff barriers that we need to work on? So we need to capacity building to better align these policies. The regional economic cooperation, the blocks that we have the ECA, we have SADC, we have COMESA. How do we start getting all these to work together? Regional integration and dispute settlement mechanism. So as we will have more investment, more trade between the countries, and how do we resolve disputes across borders? Because once the operator knows that he's protected in another jurisdiction properly, it will encourage trade, it will encourage investment from one country to the other. And of course, how do we put investment facilitation frameworks? Investment chapters are important in the CFTA and other trade agreements. So investment facilitation frameworks is important as well to look at, especially the wider picture, the link with the EU, the link with USA, the link with other parts of the world as well. Yeah, I've got 1 more minute.
Por favor, eu peço que
Can you please finish? You just have 2 minutes.
Okay, 1 more minute.
To conclude your intervention.
So, yeah. So in conclusion, I would recommend to the SADC Parliamentary Forum Committee to engage.
Eu vou recomendar a SADC.
Yes, to engage in wider debates along flattening NTBs, which is more important because a lot of times we look at the tariff barriers, but we don't look at the non-tariff barriers. We don't look at the infrastructures, the port, the airport, the land connectivity, the status of our railways, the status of our roads. Do we have enough vessels connecting the different ports of the region as well? Trade financing, another major aspect, because trade financing is very expensive in this part of the world. Usually you will find financial institutions charging 2 to 2.5% of commission on doing trade financing, and in other parts of the world is 0.5 to 1% commission. That makes Africa not efficient, not attractive for doing business. So we really need to look at how do we flatten these NTBs together and work towards putting the right measures to attract international operators on our shores and to support us for this. That's from me, ladies and gentlemen, honorable parliamentarians. So I hope this has met your desire to know more about how COVID impacted Mauritius and what we're doing to move forward, and a little bit of our recommendations on the way forward. Thank you for your attention.
No, but Chair, you're muted. Kindly unmute.
Pois, tinha pensado que tinha ligado. Muito obrigada, Sr. Dr. Vianney.
Thank you for your presentation, which is very, very rich, very clear, reflecting the domestic and the foreign direct investment framework in Mauritius in a few minutes after. If we have another presentation, then we'll have a discussion. So can you let me know whether the Zambia speaker is ready now?
Yes, Honorable Chair, he is ready. Mr. Melo, if you're ready, you may take the floor.
Tem a palavra, então, o senhor preletor da Zâmbia.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of Parliament. All protocols are observed. Unfortunately, because of the internet connectivity issues, I'll make my presentation without the video. My name's Innocent Melu. I'm the director responsible for, sorry. Okay. Sincere apologies for that. So I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are, Mr. Melu.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so like I was saying, my name is Innocent Melu. I'm the director responsible for policy and planning at the Zambia Development Agency. And I'm the one making the presentation on behalf of the agency on the theme, enhancing the role of Parliament in promoting domestic and foreign direct investment. I noticed from the program that I only have 20 minutes to make this presentation. I will therefore be very brief and straight to the point. And then based on the guidance from the minute that we received, we've structured the presentation as follows. So look at the investment framework in Zambia. Then under this one, we'll look at the policy framework, the legal framework, and as well as the institutional framework. And then from there, we'll look at the strategies that we employ to promote investment in various sectors of our economy. And then we'll also look at the obstacles to increase the investment. And then from there, we'll look at the development of special economic zones in Zambia. In particular, we'll share the status of special economic zones, the successes, challenges, as well as opportunities. And then noting that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a toll globally, Zambia inclusive, so we'll look at the effects of COVID on investment in Zambia. And then we'll also look at the role of SADC, Parliamentary Forum in enhancing investment, And then lastly, we'll look at the recommendations. So in terms of the policy framework, in terms of the policy framework, we have our seventh NDP, which has been in existence from 2017 to 2021. Basically, the aim of the seventh NDP is to accelerate development efforts towards Vision 2030,
towards Vision 2030 without leaving anyone behind. So if you look at these policy documents, it has got pillars. And one of the pillars that we speak to as ZDA is the economic diversification and industrialization pillar. And then also within this particular policy, it identifies sectors that we need to prioritize as we undertake our investment promotion interventions. Of course, we promote investment across all the sectors, but we have sectors that have been designated as a priority through which incentives are provided. The next policy document is the National Industrial Policy, which is aimed at transforming Zambia from a producer and exporter of primary products into a net exporter of value-added products, utilizing local natural resources with increased citizen participation. The next policy document is the National Trade Policy, which is aimed at facilitating the creation of an enabling economic environment in Zambia to support private sector investment. The other one is the National Productivity Policy, which is basically aimed at enhancing the productivity and use of factors of production. And then the other one is the National Investment Promotion Strategy, which is aimed at basically accelerating growth of investment in all sectors of the Zambian economy, and also addresses the existing inadequacies in monitoring investment flows, as well as fragmented investment promotion activities. The other one, this one is targeted at promoting domestic investment, is the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Policy. This one is aimed at fostering the growth and development of MSMEs. And then we have sector-specific policies. For example, we have policies in the agriculture policy, the energy policy, as well as the mines and minerals development policy, and several others. In terms of the legal framework, we have the Constitution of Zambia, which is the main legislation that governs investment in Zambia and provides protection for property rights of investors, meaning that for any unlawful takeover of a company in Zambia, for example, compensation has to be 100%, so it makes it difficult for any takeover for various reasons. The other one is the Zambia Development Agency Act, through which the ZDA is established. So this is the main document that facilitates the promotion of investment into the various sectors of the Zambian economy. And the mandate basically of the agency is to foster economic development of the country. And then we also have the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission, Act number 9 of 2006. So the main mandate for this particular act is to substantially increase the meaningful participation of targeted citizens, citizens empowered, citizens influenced, and citizens-owned companies in the economy, and decrease income inequalities. And then we have other legislations that govern investment in Zambia, including the registration of business names, Act number 16 of 2011. And then we have the Corporate Insolvency Act number 9 of 2017. And then we have the movable property or security interest Act number 3 of 2016. And then we have the Trademarks Act, chapter 401 of the laws of Zambia. And then we have the Registered Designs Act, chapter 402 of the laws of Zambia. The other one is the Business Regulatory Act, number 3 of 2014. And then we have the Competitions and Consumer Protection Act, number 24 of 2010. Others include the Income Tax Act, number 15 of 2009, the Value Added Tax Act, number 14 of 2019. I'm sure members can see the other pieces of legislation. In terms of the institutional framework, the Ministry of Commerce, we have several ministries in Zambia, but then the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry is responsible for promoting and facilitating investment through policy formulation and implementation. It has the following statutory bodies that implement government's commerce and trade policies, and these include, we have the Patents and Companies Registration Agency, we have the Bureau of Standards, we have the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, we have the Zambia Compulsory Standards Agency, and then we have the Zambia Metrology Agency, the Zambia Development Agency, which I made mention of earlier, and then we have the Business Review and the Regulatory Agency. Then in terms of the investment strategies that we employ as a country to enhance investment into the various sectors of the economy, we employ various strategies, and these include the first one is the development of special economic zones. So these ones, they are meant to foster industrialization, economic diversification, exports, and job creation. So for Zambia, we have the following special economic zones. We have developed multi-facility economic zones. We have developed industrial parks. We have industrial yards, farm blocks, as well as farm blocks. And then also we are undertaking as a country to improve the investment climate, and then also reduce the cost of doing business. We are undertaking private sector reforms. And then also we have prioritized sectors for investment. Like I mentioned, in the 7th NDP document, there are sectors that have been designated as priorities. And for any investors investing in these sectors, they are eligible for some incentives, which are not given for investors who are investing in other sectors of the economy. And then also the other strategy that we are employing is enhancing economic diplomacy through bilateral and multilateral trade and investment treaties. So we have a number of bilateral investment and trade treaties with a number of countries. And then the other thing is we encourage investors who are investing in excess of $500,000 to apply for what we call investment promotion and protection agreements. They come with their own advantage. We also have a program, what we call the Vendor Development Program, where we facilitate linkages between large investors and the MSMEs. Of course, we leverage, now we have a strategy that we are calling the local content strategy, which is aimed at fostering backward and forward linkages between large national as well as international corporations and the locals. And then the other strategy that we are using is the establishment of one-stop shop for investment facilitation. Honorable members, you may wish to know that even the concept of ZDA was to create a one-stop shop where investors can access the various business development or facilitation that they need under one roof. And then we also have the reservation schemes. Under this one, we identify sectors where Zambians, for example, indigenous Zambians can participate 100%, and then also sectors that can be reserved for joint venture partnerships. And then the other strategy that we are using is that we are providing fiscal and non-fiscal incentives to investors investing in priority sectors, but also priority locations like multi-facility economic zones, industrial parks, etc., etc. Obstacles to investment. Of course, we face a number of obstacles or challenges, as it were, in our investment promotion agenda. And these include, the first one is inadequate fiscal incentives compared to other countries in the region. And we are using Botswana as an example. I think they are quite competitive in terms of the incentive regime. And then also the other challenge or obstacle to investment is the policy inconsistency. For example, if we look at, in our case, we have challenges with the mining sector. I think the taxation regime is not that favorable. And then the other challenge is the challenge to do with the infrastructure. I think we know that investment as much as possible is attracted by the quality of infrastructure. We have a challenge in this regard. The other challenge is delayed sector clearance or approvals by secondary regulators. and utility providers. These include, in our case, we have the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, we have our Immigration Department, we have our utility company, ZESCO, and then we also have other utility, like the water utility companies. The other challenge, honorable members, is that we face in our investment promotion agenda is access to finance. The lending rates are quite high in the case of Zambia. And then the other challenge also is the high tax rates. Here we are talking about the corporate income tax. In Zambia, the maximum threshold is about 35%. I know in other countries like Botswana is as low as maybe below 20% or somewhere there. And then also COVID-19, the pandemic has had a toll on our investment promotion agenda, such that the inflows have drastically reduced. In terms of the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has affected our investment promotion agenda negatively, and the effects are such that we've had witnessed reduced domestic and foreign investment inflows. I've got some figures, but I didn't include them in this slide. And then also we've witnessed reduction in traditional and non-traditional exports. There has been disruption of supply lines. There has also been a reduction in formal and informal employment. Companies have closed during the pandemic period. And then also in summary, honorable members, all we can say about COVID is that it has increased the uncertainty associated with international investment. This has frozen substantial amounts of international investment capital, increased emerging market risk aversion, and has drastically reduced factor mobility, especially labor. These factors have created a global environment that is not conducive for the proliferation of investment. Special economic zones development. Under here, I think I'll talk about the status, the challenges of, and well as the opportunities. So in terms of the status, so far in Zambia, we have 4 operational multi-facility economic zones and 2 industrial parks. So if you look at the table, it has got the name of the zone, and then the ownership, and then the number of companies that have been attracted per zone, the jobs that we have created per zone, actualized investments by the investors, as well as actualized investment by the developers. And worth noting is that in our case as Zambia, most of the multi-facility economic zones and industrial parks, they are private owned. We only have one, which is government owned, the Lusaka South multi-facility economic zone, which is located right here in Lusaka. Then we also have the industrial yards. So for these ones, they were developed with the support of the Africa Development Bank, and we have 8 of them spread across the 10 provinces of Zambia. And in terms of operational status, we have 5 which are operational, and then the rest are yet to be completed and operational. They are intended to create 300, to benefit 300 Zambian MSMEs and create 4,000 jobs. So most of the 5 that are operational, they have MSMEs who have occupied them. In terms of the successes of special economic zones in Zambia, so far for the multi-facility economic zones that are existing and industrial parks, we have a total of 114 companies that are fully operational. And then in terms of actualized investment, 3 billion has been actualized in all the M phases that are operational. And these are contributing to economic growth and development. And then in terms of the jobs that have been created in these industrial parks and multi-facility economic zones, about 13,238 jobs have been actualized. And then also the special economic zones have assisted to actualize government effort aimed at industrialization and economic diversification. The challenges, we've encountered a number of such challenges in ensuring the success of these economic zones, and the challenges include, the first one is the undersubscription due to inadequate fiscal incentives. The second one is the lengthy declaration process. The declaration process is quite lengthy in the sense that both emphases and industrial parks are established by such instruments. And then the third challenge is the exorbitant property rates by local authorities. And then the fourth one is the insufficient provision of utilities, including water, electricity, as well as waste disposal. And then the infrastructure in most of these special economic zones is very limited. The other challenge is to do with the fiscal incentives for MSMEs, particularly those in industrial yards. And then the last challenge is access to finance, particularly for the MSMEs. Opportunities for the development of special economic zones in Zambia include there is now increased political will for private sector development, and then also the government now has a desire to leverage special economic zones to foster export-led industrialization, to diversify the economy and create jobs. There is also availability of land that can be developed in special economic zones. And then lastly, as a country, we are very attractive, the attractiveness for investment due to the peace and security that we've enjoyed, as well as availability of natural resources and our strategic location in Africa. The role of SADC Parliamentary Forum. So in terms of the role that the SADC Parliamentary Forum can play in enhancing investment or promoting investment, as it were, the first one is that this can be done through promoting economic and legislative reforms that will facilitate increased trade and investment in the region. The second one is to enhance information exchange and sharing of good practices on investment policy among member states and other regional economic communities outside the region. The third one is to promote and facilitate regional integration through strengthened diplomatic relations and increased intra-SADC foreign direct investment as well as trades. The fourth one is to promote and facilitate economic cooperation with multilateral institutions outside the region. And then the fifth one is to inform SADC of the unique trade and investment challenges faced by member states. And the last one, honorable members, the role would be to guide the organization of policies governing the special economic zones based on evidence and best practices. In terms of the recommendations, the first one is to promote and facilitate the creation of a framework that will guide the management of special economic zones in the region. The second one is to prioritize shared visits and peer reviews of special economic zones among member states and other regional economic communities. The third one is to facilitate capacity building programs to parliamentarians in member states on issues relating to trade and investment policy. And lastly, is to conduct an independent research on the status of intra-regional trade and investment, highlighting the unique challenges faced by the members. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you also for your attention. I thank you.
Muito obrigada, Dr. Innocent, pela sua intervenção.
Thank you very much, Senero, for sharing the status of domestic and foreign direct investment in Zambia.
Penso que estamos em condições.
I think we are in position to have some discussion of the three presentations that were made. So, instead, if you could stop sharing your presentation now, please.
Mr. Melo, can you remove your presentation from your screen?
Yes. Thanks.
Obrigada.
Thank you. So we can now have our discussion. Discussion is open for the three presentations made from Mauritius, Zambia, and from Botswana. Honorable MPs, the floor is open for anyone wishing to take the floor.
Tem a palavra a senhora deputada.
I recognize Honorable Mosena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I wish to thank the three presenters that give us the perspective of their countries vis-a-vis the economy and the investment. The presentations have been very, very well presented, highly informative, and I think we have taken quite a number of tools either to go and see if we are on the same page in our own various member states, or to actually try and implement on what they have shown as their ways or measures to react to either the COVID-19 pandemic or to the African Continental Free Trade Area opportunities, or even, let me just broadly say, the global opportunities that exist for our region and for our continent. I think there's one particular thing that I was looking for from all the presentations, which I think Zambia tried to get to it, but I didn't get it from Botswana and Mauritius, inclusive of Zambia. I was looking particularly on the foreign versus domestic investment, and I was sort of looking for numbers. I was sort of looking for numbers to see how much the governments have contributed or they have tried to address the domestic investment versus foreign investment. I was trying to, I thought I would get maybe numbers of this is a percentage of the domestic players that we've impacted against the foreign players, or this is how much the economy has been improved or contributed to by the local versus, by the domestic versus foreign investment. I'm still looking for such kind of information, but otherwise the overall submission was highly informative because they've made us look at different industries, look at the various reforms that can be implemented in the different sectors. But that particular aspect which says for our domestic players, these are the incentives that we have in place, I don't think it was quite pronounced, but I did gather that there's so much that's been done to attract foreign investment, which I think goes back to the earlier presentation that maybe it's being done, but it's not being voiced that much, of the mismatch between focusing on the domestic versus foreign players. And I did realize that as far as the local economy is concerned, or domestic investment is concerned, there are some infrastructure issues that need to be adhered to. But that for me, it could be done maybe to entice or attract the foreign investors. But otherwise, the presentations have been very, very informative. I took quite a lot from them, and I think I have a lot of work to take back to my member parliament. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Obrigada, senhora deputada Mocena.
Thank you, Honorable Member Musena. So those who intend to take the floor, you just request the floor. Currently, I do not have any indication of request for floor. Therefore, I'll hand over to our presenters to answer the issue raised by Honorable Member Ozona. Please, you have the floor, Mr. Vinay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Minister from Lesotho, for the statement and raising that point. Effectively, investment is in three parts. You have the foreign direct investment, then you will have the public investment, and you have the private sector investment from your local economy. And in Mauritius, we have found that FDI currently is about 20% of the total investment made in the country. And then it's like an equal split between public and private sector investment. And I did mention for the last budget, the government of Mauritius made a pledge to increase the public sector investment to 65 billion rupees, which is almost twice as much as it usually would invest in the economy, just to make sure that the construction industry is maintained and jobs are maintained in Mauritius. So usually that's a split, about 20% FDI, 40% public sector investment, 40% private sector investment, and it goes up and down depending on private sector projects, or the government would inject some more investment to maintain jobs, maintain some sectors of the economy in delivering the right growth that we're looking at. I hope this answers your question, Honorable Minister from Lesotho. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinay. I'll hand over to Dr. Margaret to answer the question raised by Honorable Musena.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable from Lesotho, for the very interesting question on the foreign investors and domestic investment. In Botswana, maybe BITC specific, we are just beginning to unpack. I think the tendency for, maybe I'll speak for Botswana, I'm not very sure about other countries, has been to focus attention on the FDI, probably at the expense of trying to maybe harness the local or capacity at national level that is available to promote domestic investment. So in terms of numbers, I don't have them off the cuff here, but in terms of strategies to promote domestic investment, we have in recent years just made strides in terms of just trying to focus attention in terms of leveraging the available financial resources in the domestic market to try and promote domestic investment. And in addition to that, the Botswana Investment and Trade Center has recently developed a domestic investment strategy. The idea is just to try and harness, the potential that is available in terms of domestic investment, and we are just beginning to collect the numbers effectively in terms of firms that are facilitated by Botswana Investment and Trade Center. So maybe in terms of specific figures, I'm not able to provide now. But in terms of the focus, we are gearing towards promoting domestic investment, and the monitoring and data collection system is just taking shape in terms of how much they contribute and so on. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, doutora Margarete.
Thank you, Dr. Margaret. I think that in relation to the issue raised by Honorable Muzena, they have been answered. I don't see any other request for floor, but still I would like to ask if anyone would like to have an intervention. If not, once again, I would like to thank our presenters in this second session. And in fact, request my colleagues so that based on what we have had today, make a reflection in relation to internal investment and external investment in our countries, and have an idea of what is the current status. If we do not have any questions about these issues, let's then move back to our agenda and on to any other business. Does anyone intend to raise any issue under any other business? If there is no any other issue, I hope that we're not speaking because we're hungry. Otherwise, I'll request the General Secretary for us to conduct our business morning and the afternoon. Therefore, we think we have concluded with the first part. We would like to thank the presenters in the first session that were brilliant and that have allowed the holding of this meeting successfully. We would like to thank our colleagues who have managed to be present and for their contribution, specifically Honorable Member Muzena, who raised important issues. And now I'm going to call upon Honorable Muzena to make final considerations of our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of Parliament, the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boyamo Sekoma, who has unfortunately just left us for another high-level meeting, esteemed resource persons, the staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the staff of national parliaments, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to all honorable members for the active participation. Thank you, Chair, for having recognized my participation as well. For the valuable interventions and contributions that have been made throughout this meeting. In particular, I would like to thank all the resource persons for the high-level commitment that has been demonstrated and for delivering extremely informative and well-researched presentations, which I know honorable members are looking forward to receive in detailed format. Honorable members, in a special way, please allow me to thank the Secretary General and the staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for working tirelessly in making sure that this meeting was indeed a success. The deliberations of the meeting have demonstrated that investment is a key variable in job creation, infrastructure, expansion, and economic growth in general. It is therefore our responsibility as member states to ensure that the necessary conditions to guarantee a positive effect of both domestic and foreign direct investment are adhered to. We need to be inquisitive and bold enough to interrogate propositions and recommendations made before they become final and binding decisions for our member states. Ladies and gentlemen, during the meeting, we have appreciated the critical role of special economic zones as important instruments for attracting investment for industrial development. I wish to implore member states, or members of this committee rather, to support the establishment of these zones, especially as economies recover from the effects of the pandemic. I further wish to encourage honorable members to take the lead in advocating for regular assessment of the performance and economic impact of these economic zones, so as to ensure that these special economic zones do remain relevant even for local investors. We must demand concrete steps from our member parliaments towards realization of commitments to unlock economic growth of our region and continent. I finally wish to thank all of you here today for your attendance and most valuable contribution. With these remarks, I end my thank you message to all of you. I thank you.
Honorable Member Mzena, thank you very much for the closing remarks. And I will once again thank the presence of all participants to the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the commitment that has unfolded even during the pandemic by creating conditions for us to continue working even with the pandemic. And once again, I would like to declare this meeting of the committee closed. Thank you very much to all and hope to see you soon again. The meeting is closed.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Host, you may terminate.